Chapter 5:25. The great mountain master wore a white robe and had a clear face. Although he was blind, he had the demeanor of a transcendent being. He had built the 9 mountains and refined the 9 mountains' celestial seal, a treasure of fate. As the person with the highest cultivation in the 8 barren 10 regions and the longest life, his strength was unimaginable and could only be described as unfathomable. The great mountain master had participated in the war of plundering the heavens with the wind ancestor and attempted to seize the authority of the heavenly axiom. After that battle, he was severely injured and his cultivation was no longer at its peak. However, after so many years, even if he could not stand in the realm of the celestial path, he was not far away from that realm. In the vast 8 barren 10 regions, it was almost impossible to find someone who could be compared to the great mountain master. Even in the current upper realm, the great mountain master was one of the best, standing at the pinnacle. That was why Guchanga was so cautious. He used luo foam and the second mountain master as bait and waited for him to fall into the trap so that he could kill the great mountain master. Now, it seemed that his plan was very successful. No matter how shrewd the great mountain master was, he did not expect this trap to be set by Guchanga. The target of this feast at Treacherous Gate was the great mountain master. In Guchanga's eyes, the other tribes in the 8 barren 10 regions were not as important as the great mountain master. "Senior, you are so cautious. If I don't put in some effort, how can I kill you?" Guchanga said with a faint smile. "How are you so sure that you can kill me with so few people?" The great mountain master's terrifying aura surged like an endless volcano that was about to erupt. He could not help but ask with a darkened face. Although he was not sure how Guchanga had plotted against him and made him fall into this trap of his own accord, he had already done so. But now that things had come to this, if he didn't flee, he might be left here today, and his life might even be in danger. "Then, how are you so sure that I can't kill you?" Guchanga said with a faint smile. His expression was calm, as if he did not care about this matter. Seeing his expression, the mountain lord's heart sank again. Guchanga was the first person that made him feel unfathomable. Now that he said these words, he felt even more uncertain. "Guchanga, this old man admits that he has fallen into your trap. However, this old man would like to know, how did you scheme against this old man without him noticing?" At this moment, the great mountain master seemed to be somewhat unwilling and helpless. He sighed and asked. This was also the biggest doubt in his heart. Otherwise, with his degree of cautiousness, it was absolutely impossible for him to fall for it. It could only be said that Guchanga's methods were really brilliant. Even if he racked his brains, he still couldn't figure out which step had gone wrong. Could it be that one of your pawns is among these people? Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. He glanced at Xiaoyang, Guwudi, and the others, his tone cold. Looking at it now, there was no other possibility other than this. Hearing this, Xiaoyang and the others' hearts skipped a beat. They all looked at the people around them, suspiciously, and scrutinized. If the mountain lord hadn't said it, it would have been fine. Now that he said it, they couldn't help but wonder if there was a traitor around them. As expected of the mountain lord, you saw through it so quickly. This junior is impressed. Guchanga's expression didn't change when he heard this. He was still smiling faintly, not surprised at all. Just as he finished speaking, a voice rang out. Poof! Blood splattered, incomparably dazzling, followed by a muffled groan. Xiaoyang's eyes widened. His face was pale as he looked at Guwudi in disbelief. He clutched his chest tightly. He didn't expect Guwudi to attack him at this time. The others also looked at the scene in shock. Their bodies were cold as they stood there in a daze. They didn't expect that Guwudi, a Tao child of the 9 mountains, would suddenly kill. He was so cold and ruthless, showing no mercy at all. He couldn't wait to end Xiaoyang's life in one blow. You, Guwudi, you. Xiaoyang's face turned pale from the loss of blood. Endless fury and hatred surged in his eyes, but the terrifying pain caused him to be unable to speak, and his voice trembled. Xiaoyang didn't expect that Gu Wuti, who had been going through thick and thin with him all this time, was actually a secret chess piece that Gu Chang'e had placed by his side. Today he suddenly attacked him. The feeling of being betrayed caused endless anger and hatred to grow in his heart. In his heart, he was about to forgive Gu Wuti's disrespect to eldest senior sister. I've tolerated you for a long time. If I wasn't worried about ruining young master's plan, I would have killed you long ago. At this moment, Gu Wuti's face was cold. His words were even more merciless, filled with coldness and killing intent. Coupled with the blood-stained Dharma artifact in his hand, it made people tremble in fear. As a supreme stage existence, if Xiaoyang didn't have a protective artifact that blocked the attack just now, he would probably be dead by now. If there was anyone present who wasn't surprised by this, it would be the second Mountain Lord who was chained up. However, he was now sealed up as a death warrior. Even if he knew, he couldn't warn Xiaoyang. This filled him with regret, and he didn't want Xiaoyang to take the risk to rescue him. The matter of you leaving the 9 mountains was also planned by Gu Chang'e. Hearing this, blood gushed out of Xiaoyang's mouth again. His voice trembled in disbelief. In that case, from the moment he left the 9 mountains, all his actions and actions were actually under Gu Chang'e's control. It was just that he didn't know it himself. Laughable, you idiot! Did you really think I intended to be on good terms with you? All of this was young master's orders. Gu Wuti's face was full of undisguised sneer and mockery. This old man has miscalculated. I didn't expect it to be you. The first Mountain Lord also didn't expect Gu Wuti to be a secret chess piece that Gu Chang'e had arranged. His expression was a little ugly, but he quickly recovered and sighed. If Mountain Lord knows what's good for you, don't try to resist. You are no match for young master. There was no trace of guilt on Gu Wuti's face. Instead, he sneered, full of relief. After today, his mission was complete, and he naturally didn't need to feign civility with Xiaoyang. It's been hard on you during this period. Gu Chang'e nodded slightly with a faint smile on his face. It's not hard. It's my honor to work for young master, even if I have to go through water and tread on fire. Gu Wuti respectfully said. He stepped behind Gu Chang'e, incomparably respectful and natural. Although Xiaoyang and the others were full of hatred and anger towards him, no one dared to make a move at this moment. Everyone was anxious and fearful. Whether they could escape alive today was still unknown. Perhaps they would all die tragically here in a moment. In that case, let's see if you can keep this old man here today. The Mountain Lord's face turned cold. He also understood that a fierce battle was unavoidable today. Since Gu Chang'e had set up an inescapable trap, there was no way he would let him leave so easily. Boom! A terrifying and majestic aura erupted, like a heavenly river bursting its banks, sweeping through the ages. Fortunately, this place had an internal space, and many runes had been carved into it. There was an array set up here. Otherwise, they would be destroyed and turned into ashes at the very first moment. Kill! Ancestor Bone and the others also attacked together. They unleashed their strongest precepts and supernatural powers, crushing towards the Mountain Lord. They were determined to keep him here. Each of them seemed to be standing in another world. Their bodies were enveloped in runes of the great Tao. Their faces were blurry, and their auras were deep and vast. It could be said that this battle force that appeared in the dungeon could easily sweep through the heavens and most of the races and inheritances in the 8 desolates and 10 regions. Rumble! The terrifying aura shook all directions and even spread out. The many seals in the surroundings couldn't completely block it. At this moment, the entire Sky Deer City was shaken. Many cultivators and living beings felt this fluctuation. Their expressions changed drastically, and they were incomparably terrified. Their divine souls trembled, and they couldn't help but worship in that direction. This method is indeed not something that an ordinary Tao enlightened cultivator can compare to. It's a pity that he hasn't reached another world. That's why you won't be able to escape today. Gu Changa stood tall in his white robes. He was handsome and otherworldly. He had a smile on his face, and the chaotic Tao was faintly discernible on his body. He was just watching and wasn't in a hurry to attack. He didn't deny that he had a strong desire for the Mountain Lord's origin. It was extremely difficult to meet such a strong cultivator in the current upper world. With such an opportunity, Gu Changa naturally wouldn't give it up easily. Soon, the place became blurry and chaotic. All sorts of precepts and orders intertwined and fell like a waterfall. During the process of this battle, Gu Changa's Tao resonated with everyone else. All sorts of runes of the great Tao burst out, and the divine power was vast. It was as if it was about to rush out into the outer realm. At this moment he was in this place. Many lights and shadows flashed past his eyes. It was as if he was personally witnessing the beginning of a great era. He was like a ruler. Open for me. The Mountain Lord's strength was monstrous. He knew that there were many opponents, so at this moment he shouted angrily and used a supreme technique. A flower of the great Tao bloomed behind him. There were traces of celestial light shining from it. Then, several figures walked out from it. These figures were very terrifying. Some of them didn't even belong to this era. Their clothes were ancient, and they had all sorts of weapons. For some reason, the Mountain Lord had borrowed them. "Xiaoyang, come here!" At the same time, he shouted angrily and reached out with his hand. He pulled Xiaoyang, who was trying to heal his injuries, over. "Mountain Lord!" Xiaoyang was a little frightened. He felt that his life force was quickly draining away. His entire body was quickly drying up, and he was only skin and bones. This made him feel uneasy. Why did the Mountain Lord want to devour his life force? She begged for fresh flowers. "This old man wants to borrow the blood of your sister." The Mountain Lord didn't explain much. He frowned and felt that it wasn't enough. He reached out with his hand again, breaking the chains on Luo Ying's body and grabbing her. At this moment, dazzling green light appeared on the bodies of Xiaoyang and Luo Ying. This light contained some kind of mysterious power. It transformed into mysterious runes that finally fell into the flower of the great Tao behind the Mountain Lord. With the injection of this power, the figures that walked out of the flower of the great Tao were clearly much more terrifying and solid. Even Ancestor Bone felt a little troubled at this moment. He faced these figures head-on and shattered the divine light of order with a raise of his hand. Boom! Is this the talent of the Guardian clan? Gu Changa raised his eyebrows. He stepped out from where he was and raised his hand to slap a supreme figure in front of him. In an instant, it was as if countless mountains and rivers were turned to dust and billions of star regions were overturned. The light was so dazzling that no one could open their eyes. This was the ultimate technique. It was deducing and displaying. Endless dazzling light interweaved here, like divine chains of rules. Blazing runes of the great Tao appeared in Gu Changa's palm. They seemed to be able to illuminate this universe, as if they could illuminate the heavens and engulf Sky Deer City. Terrifying energy accompanied by the lightning of the great Tao exploded in an instant. This scene was like a crack in heaven and earth, and a river of stars flooded in to destroy all life. Under such a battle, the living beings and cultivators who hadn't reached the Tao attainment realm felt as if their blood was being drained. They felt as if their blood was emitting thunderous sounds. They collided violently and their bones cracked. Their legs went soft. Their bones and bodies felt as if they were about to explode. They couldn't help but want to kneel. In the next moment, the figure that walked out crumbled, turning into dust that filled the sky. It couldn't last long in front of Gu Changa. "You're just putting up a desperate struggle." Gu Changa's eyes were cold. He stepped forward and took the initiative to attack the Mountain Lord. This place was extremely chaotic. All kinds of extremely terrifying lights and orders were erupting. The slightest touch could destroy living beings. This battle lasted for a long time. One had to admit that the Mountain Lord was very strong. Many of his enemies coughed up blood and were severely injured. However, he still didn't return to his peak state. Under the attacks of many Dao Attainment Realm experts, he gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. He kept coughing up blood and was sent flying. Within the chaotic fog that shrouded the surroundings, a figure attacked. It seemed to have come from the moment the heavens were opened. It contained terrifying killing intent, and a palm landed on the mountain lord's body. Sister! Under the aftermath, Luoying couldn't resist in time. The mountain lord couldn't protect her in time either. He exploded on the spot. This made Xiaoyang's eyes almost pop out of their sockets. He was completely stunned. However, at this time, the mountain lord couldn't even protect himself. How could he protect the siblings? However, at this moment, the mountain lord, who was fighting Ancestor Bone and the others, changed his expression drastically. His scalp was about to explode, and his whole body was cold. He felt a terrifying aura coming toward him. It was as if he was in the end of the era, and it wanted to freeze and crack the souls of all life. A peerless sword light was green and faintly mixed with a bloody aura. It didn't have any luster, but it seemed to have pierced through the universe and the starry sky. Then it pierced toward his body. This was a peerless killing intent that could make all living things wither. It was incomparably terrifying. A glistening yellow gourd appeared in Gu Changa's hand. It spewed out sword light that could kill all living things in the world. This was the power of the immortal slaying gourd. After a period of nurturing, its power was obviously much more terrifying. It had reached a new level. Pooh! In the next moment, blood splattered out. The mountain lord was pierced by this sword, and his aura immediately withered. However, at this time he still endured the pain and took out a Dharma artifact. It was resplendent with immortal light and even had some immortal Dao charm. He tried to injure Gu Changa severely. Boom! Gu Changa's eyes suddenly turned cold. He raised his hand, and a black and white Dao diagram appeared. The reincarnation law on it boiled like an ocean, and it had the will of endless growth. It directly blocked in front of him. This was the supreme treasure of the Taishang Grotto Heaven, the Taishang Dao diagram. It was both offensive and defensive. However, under the hateful attack of the mountain lord, it was shaken and almost broken. It was obvious how terrifying his strength was. Gu Changa's eyes were gloomy. He resisted the urge to take out other methods. At this point, everything was a foregone conclusion. Everything was over. The others took advantage of this opportunity and struck out all kinds of laws. It was terrifying to the extreme, and it shook the world and directly drowned the mountain lord. I didn't expect that after so many years I would encounter a disaster here today. I died in the hands of a junior. The mountain lord's body exploded, and he kept coughing out blood. His aura withered, and he laughed bitterly, sealing the heavens and locking the earth. The void within 1,000,000 miles of the territory was sealed. Today, there was no place for him to escape. Fan. Chapter 5:26. This great battle ended without any surprises. Even though the mountain lord was extremely powerful and was the closest existence to the immortal Dao domain in this world, he was still defeated. Under the combined attacks of so many Dao attainments cultivators, he was no match for them. A furious roar shook the heavens and earth. An unimaginable crack appeared in the ground, and a rain of blood exploded. Many of the inscribed runes were obliterated, and the prison built underground completely collapsed. A vast wave of energy swept through the entire heavenly Deer City. Countless living beings and cultivators trembled under this aura. They couldn't help but prostrate, and their souls seemed to be frozen and cracked. A torrential rain of blood appeared between heaven and earth. Even at night, it was extremely obvious, and it illuminated the sky for millions of miles. This was a phenomenon caused by the fall of a supreme expert. At this moment, whether it was the 8 barren 10 regions or the distant upper world, many experts felt it and couldn't help but look over. This is the first time I've felt such a wave in countless years. looks like the dead person's cultivation is not simple. Someone looked over from the distant universe and couldn't help but sigh. Although there was an internal space in the prison, it was more or less destroyed in this battle. Originally, this was a space that Gu Changa had created with a secret treasure. There were even a few broken universes in it. Now, even those universes had been pierced through, and they were filled with a vast and chaotic aura. Ordinary living beings would definitely explode into pieces upon entering. Young Master, how should we deal with the Mountain Lord's companions? They're all outside the prison, but they've been captured. After the battle, Ancestor Bone and the others were all injured. However, these injuries were nothing to existences like them. Now that they had captured the Mountain Lord's companions, they couldn't help but ask respectfully. Most of these companions were from the other 3 war god clans. The strongest one was a Dao attainment cultivator, and the rest were not weak either. Capture them first. As for how to deal with them, I'll decide later. Gu Changa glanced at the group and said indifferently, once the Mountain Lord died, these people were filled with despair and fear. In their hearts, the Mountain Lord was an invincible existence. His cultivation was unparalleled, and he was even the last hope of the 8 barren 10 regions. But now, even that hope had been destroyed in front of them. He had died, tragically here. How could this not make them despair? Gu Changa was not in the mood to deal with this group of people. Although the Mountain Master had died, his life origin was scattered throughout the prison. This was also the reason why he had chosen to use a spatial Dharma artifact to set up the array back then. Then, he rolled up his sleeves and kept the space. He planned to refine and devour the life essence within it when he had the time. Based on this speed, I should be able to reach the peak of the Quasi-Emperor realm. I am only 1 step away from the threshold of the Nirvana path. Gu Changa pondered in his heart and then left the place. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night for Sky Deer City. Regardless of whether it was the creatures from the 8 barren regions or the cultivators from the upper realm, they all felt as if they were facing a catastrophe. They were all terrified. In a battle of that level, even a single ripple was enough to destroy the heavens and earth. Although they didn't know what had happened, they could faintly guess a thing or two and trembled incessantly. Especially the people from the 8 barren regions. They were even more uneasy. To them, the fact that this had happened in Sky Deer City clearly had something to do with the Dao enlightened cultivators from the 8 barren regions. At a critical juncture when the 2 realms were negotiating a peace treaty, wouldn't this matter be fatal? Many people even linked it to Fairy Qingyue's assassination attempt on Gu Changa. They felt that perhaps the Dao enlightened cultivators from the 8 barren regions had tried to assassinate Gu Changa. Otherwise, why would there be such terrifying ripples from the battle? In any case, there were all sorts of guesses and opinions. Very quickly, news of the truth spread. Many people were stunned on the spot. Their eyes were wide open, and they felt that it was unbelievable. The Mountain Master went against the agreement and secretly went to rescue the 2nd Mountain Master and the others. In the end, he was killed in the prison. The Mountain Master has died. So that strange phenomenon was caused by the Mountain Master's death. The people from the 8 barren regions were stunned. The moment he heard the news, his entire body began to tremble in fear. He was terrified to the extreme. They had never expected that the Mountain Master would go against the agreement and secretly go to rescue the 2nd Mountain Master and the others. In the end, he was killed by the powerful cultivators sent by Gu Changa. The commotion caused by this news was too terrifying. It was like a bolt from the blue. Many people couldn't believe it. What kind of existence was the Mountain Master? He had existed since the birth of the 8 barren regions and had never died. He was aloof and superior. His Tao was unfathomable. He was the backbone of the 8 barren regions and the reassurance of countless cultivators. How could he have died? They were filled with fear, unease, and suspicion. The leaders of the various large tribes, as well as the various region masters and barren region masters, arrived at the Sky Dear Divine Temple early the next morning to discuss the peace treaty. That night, no one could rest peacefully. Their hearts were filled with unease and fear. Even when they were in the temple, they couldn't sit still. They anxiously waited for Gu Changa's arrival. Looks like Region Master Yin Zhe really had foresight. He actually chose to surrender first. I wonder if we will have the chance to do so today. From the strange phenomenon last night, the possibility of the Mountain Master's death is very high. Many Baron Region Masters and Region Masters discussed in low voices. They were extremely nervous. In their countless years of cultivation, this was the first time they felt like this. It was as if they were waiting to be dealt with and their life or death would be decided. Previously, they had dared to bargain with Gu Changa because of her relationship with the Mountain Lord. Now that the Mountain Master had died, they naturally didn't have the guts to negotiate with Gu Changa. From the looks of it, the only way out was to surrender and submit to them. Finally, under everyone's nervous gazes, Gu Changa appeared outside the temple. Young Master Changa, regarding the peace treaty, we have discussed it over the past 3 days. We can understand your good intentions. Therefore, we have unanimously decided to sign the peace treaty and end this war as soon as possible. A few Baron Region Masters spoke first. Their expressions were respectful and reverent. With someone taking the lead, the others looked at each other and sighed in their hearts. They made the same decision. It seems that all of you are smart people. I have always admired smart people. Gu Changa nodded, slightly with a smile on his face. He wasn't surprised by their decision. At this time, as long as they weren't stupid, they would know what to do. Unless they really wanted to follow in the footsteps of the Mountain Master, or be annihilated like the other war god clans. Moreover, the most important thing was the death of the Mountain Master. As the last hope of the 8 Desolates' 10 regions, once the Mountain Master died, the 8 Desolates' 10 regions would be like a sheet of loose sand. How would they have the courage to resist? Young Master Changa, please excuse us. From today onwards, we are willing to submit to the longevity Gu family and serve young master like dogs and horses. Seeing this, the leaders of the various clans expressed their loyalty. Regardless of whether these words came from their hearts, at this time, they had to show their willingness to submit. If that's the case, then this will save me a lot of trouble. Gu Changa smiled faintly. Then, he asked someone to write the contents of the treaty. After all, it was based on the heavenly oath. At this time, no one dared to break the oath. Of course, he was an exception. The longevity Gu family was definitely not the only family to participate in this so-called peace treaty. The other imperishable sects and supreme sage orthodoxies wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity to get a share of the loot. The longevity Gu family couldn't monopolize the vast 8 Desolates' 10 regions. However, Gu Changa would take the biggest share of the loot. As for how the other orthodoxies would divide the remaining loot, that was their problem. After deciding on this peace treaty, Gu Changa turned his attention to the 2 children of fate, Luo Feng and Xiaoyang. Although Luo Feng still had a strand of his spirit left, he was not much different from a living corpse. Therefore, Gu Changa didn't hesitate to harvest him first. Apart from obtaining a large number of fate points, he also obtained a large number of fate points. This time, the Heavenly Tao treasure chest dropped an item that surprised him. An epic brand. From the outside, it was a ball of light shrouded in a dense golden mist. It revealed a deep and vast aura. An ancient aura flowed and intertwined with each other. One could vaguely see fragments of time appearing. There was an extremely mysterious river that flowed across the heavens and realms. In fact, Gu Changa already had 2 reincarnation brands in his mind as a life-saving measure. The epic brand's function was obviously very different from the reincarnation brand's function. However, they both had the same function of life-saving. The reason why Luo Feng could survive the heaven-plundering battle could be attributed to the epic brand he had condensed. The epic brand condensed all the traces of a cultivator's life. It involved the mysteries of birth, aging, death, reincarnation, and many others. In some ways, it was comparable to a cultivator's second life. However, Guchanga knew that the mysteries of the epic brand were far greater than that. Compared to the epic brand that dropped from Luo Feng, the item dropped from the Child of Fate, Xiaoyang was much simpler. Summoning Altar! It can be used to summon the spirits of the ancestors through the karmic connections such as the bloodline. With Guchanga's current strength, he did not really need such a useless item. However, he still kept it as a trump card. Perhaps one day, he could try to summon the spirits of the ancestors of the Gu clan if he encountered an undefeatable opponent. Guchanga naturally exchanged the destiny points and luck points he obtained this time for the transcendence bones, without exception. Currently, he had more than 200 transcendence bones. His understanding of the many precepts in Great Taoist was far above the average Tao enlightened cultivator. The peace treaty this time was signed by the most powerful clans in the 8 wilderness 10 regions, as well as the territorial lords and wilderness lords. The various upper realm orthodoxies who participated in the conquest of the 8 wilderness 10 regions were naturally the first to get a share of the loot. The news quickly spread throughout the 8 wilderness 10 regions from Heavenly Deer City, causing a huge commotion. Countless cultivators and living beings were shocked. Some were happy while others were sad. Of course, there were also those who were angry. They felt that the various clans who signed the peace treaty were cowardly and had become the lackeys and slaves of the upper realm. However, all in all, the disastrous war that had swept across the 8 wilderness 10 regions had finally come to an end because of the peace treaty. Billions of living beings and cultivators in the 8 wilderness 10 regions had mixed feelings. They felt both relieved and resentful. However, even the Mountain Lord had died tragically in Heavenly Deer City, destroying their last hope. Even if they were resentful, what could they do? This was a war without any suspense. At the same time, various orthodoxies from the upper realm took advantage of this opportunity to send their clansmen to the 8 wilderness 10 regions to search for the rumored item. Conquering the 8 wilderness 10 regions was only one step in their plan. In their opinion, conquering the 8 wilderness 10 regions was meaningless if they could not find the item. After all, the ultimate goal of the various orthodoxies was to take the first step towards the immortal realm. However, other than the upper echelons of the Gu clan, no one knew that Guchanga had obtained a mysterious divine tree after annihilating the dragon-blooded battle gods. The existence of the epic tree was now hidden in the inner verse by Guchanga, waiting for its fruit to ripen. Before he could reach the immortal realm, Guchanga did not want to expose the existence of the epic tree. Exposing it too early would only bring him unnecessary trouble. Besides, he was still very far away from reaching the immortal realm. In the time that followed, Guchanga arranged for the Gu clan to take over the 8 wilderness 10 regions affairs. At the same time, he refined and devoured the Tao attainment's quintessence that he had obtained from the war to improve his cultivation base. Although he was not worried about the Empyrean Deer City being controlled by the Empyrean Deer Maiden, he still sent some of his clansmen to watch over her. In the eyes of outsiders, the Empyrean Deer Maiden belonged to him, so naturally, they did not dare to have any objections. Of course, Guchanga rewarded his subordinates who had contributed greatly in the war. Even Guwudi received an extraordinary pseudo-emperor weapon, which made him feel flattered. Secondly, the Bone clan had been cleansed of their sins and returned to their status as a subordinate clan of the ancient longevity Gu clan. During the war with the 8 wilderness 10 regions, Guchanga's power had reached an unimaginable level. Many of the elders suggested that he should try to gradually take over the longevity Gu clan after returning to the clan. That way, his father, Gulintian, would be able to focus on his cultivation and spend more time on it. However, many of the elders still felt that it was inappropriate. They were worried that Guchanga's time for cultivation would be affected after he took over the position. They were not worried that he would lead the clan astray. Now, Guchanga had proven everything with his abilities. There would not be any problems if he took over the longevity Gu clan. On the contrary, due to his age, everyone felt that letting Gu Changa take over the longevity Gu clan so early would cause him to be distracted. Gu Changa should spend more time on cultivation. After all, his peers were now shining brightly in this golden age, competing with each other and doing everything they could to improve their cultivation. Gu Changa did not care much about this. In terms of his current power and status, it made no difference whether he took over the longevity Gu clan or not. Many of the elders who used to be very wary of him were now respectful in front of him and asked for his opinion on many things, not to mention the imperishable sects and supreme Taoist orthodoxies in the outside world. However, I heard that Mingkong Empress has taken over the unparalleled immortal dynasty during this period. In the battle for power, she defeated many of the older generation's imperial uncles and is now known as the Mingkong Empress. Gu Changa smiled faintly and said with some interest in his eyes. He suddenly mentioned this matter. Changa is right. Although Mingkong Empress did not participate in this battle, she has already firmly controlled most of the power of the unparalleled immortal dynasty during this period of time. When the time comes, once the two of you get married and join forces, the entire upper realm will probably fear you. When the elder in front of him heard this, he smiled slightly and said he was extremely satisfied with this daughter-in-law of the Gu clan. The unparalleled immortal dynasty is now recognized as the #1 immortal dynasty in the upper realm. Its existence can be traced back to before the taboo era. Mingkong Empress is naturally not bad to be able to do this. Gu Changa nodded with a smile in his eyes. He was thinking about another matter. Now, of the 7 heaven-wielding artifacts, except for the heaven-wielding sword, the other 6 were in the hands of him and Yu Mingkong. During this period of time, although he did not pay attention to the heaven-wielding sword, Yu Mingkong would not be idle. She should be planning this matter. Chapter 5:27. The army of the upper world returned triumphantly. All the major sects and orthodoxies had made all the necessary arrangements. A vast and mighty current moved through the cosmos. Ancient warships moved through the heavens one after another, leaving the 8 desolates 10 regions, returning to the higher realms various heavens. Unlike when they first arrived, although the upper realms army returned victorious, they did not manage to find the item that the various orthodoxies were looking for. This was a pity in the hearts of many ancient existences. Of course, they wouldn't give up. They continued to send their clansmen to search all over the 8 desolates 10 regions. Only a small number of people knew about Luo Feng's existence. Besides the Mountain Lord, only Gu Changa knew that he was the wind progenitor who had stolen the epic tree. Therefore, in Gu Changa's opinion, the various clans and orthodoxies would return empty-handed in the end. After staying in the 8 wastelands 10 regions for several months and completely refining the origins of many Tao attainment experts, Gu Changa also set off to return to the upper domain after his cultivation had reached the 9th heaven of the quasi-emperor realm. The Empyrean dear mystic fairy had become Gu Changa's personal spokesperson in the eyes of countless beings and cultivators in the 8 desolates and 10 regions. Their position in the 8 wastelands and 10 regions was not affected by the matter of them surrendering at the earliest. On the contrary, her status rose with the tide, and many of the great clans and great domains revered her even more. After all, now that everyone had chosen to surrender, there was no such thing as looking down on anyone. After returning to the upper realm, Gu Changa felt that his days were much more leisurely. He understood that it was because of his cultivation realm. Now that he had reached another world, he didn't need to constantly plan like before. As a 9th heaven quasi-emperor, even if he hid part of his strength, he could easily kill those who had attained the Tao. Furthermore, he still had many terrifying methods and trump cards. Therefore, in the current upper realm, he could do whatever he wanted without fear. Even if he encountered a person who had attained the Tao, the other party would probably be somewhat fearful of him and would not dare to provoke him lightly. Hence, Gu Changa went to the unparalleled immortal dynasty and stayed with Yuming 12 Kong for a period of time. While he was at it, he also gave them some rare treasures and resources that he had obtained from the 8 desolates in 10 regions. Compared to his leisure, Yuming Kong was much busier. After all, the Wushuang immortal dynasty was simply too vast, with boundless territories. Although her methods were tough, it was still very difficult for her to control the entire unparalleled immortal dynasty in a short period of time. There were many things to do every day. Moreover, after Gu Chang'e left, she still had to make time to accompany him every night. In her own words, she could not neglect Gu Chang'e. Of course, a large part of the reason was that she hadn't seen Gu Chang'e for a long time. She couldn't bear the longing in her heart. She couldn't wait to leave all the affairs in her hands and stay by his side. Speaking of which, you took in a concubine in the 8 desolates 10 regions. Above the immortal couch, the curtains were like clouds, and the immortal mist was faintly discernible. Yuming Kong's silky black hair cascaded down her back. Her eyes were cold as she tilted her head to look at Gu Chang'e. Her tone was very calm as she asked. Gu Chang'e heard this and looked at her who was using his arm as a pillow. He smiled and said, "It's just a rumor. She needs a suitable identity." "What kind of identity is not enough? Why does she have to be a concubine?" Yuming Kong shook her head lightly. "Is that person beautiful?" Her words were very calm, as if there were no fluctuations in her emotions. However, Gu Chang'e felt that she was still a little jealous. It seemed that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. With Yuming Kong's personality, it was inevitable that she would become jealous over such a small matter. In his impression, although Yuming Kong was a little domineering, she wouldn't ask such a boring question. However, considering that he might be kicked off the bed by her later, Gu Chang'e thought for a moment and smiled. "She is quite beautiful, the number 1 beauty in the 8 desolates 10 regions." Yuming Kong's brows raised, and her tone couldn't help but become a little louder. "But she's still a far cry from you. Why are you jealous?" Before she was about to kick him off the bed, Gu Chang'e continued to smile. Hearing this, Yuming Kong rolled her eyes at him, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Actually, she didn't care what that person looked like, and she didn't care about Gu Chang'e's attitude towards her. She just wanted to hear Gu Chang'e say such things to her. In Gu Chang'e's opinion, women like Yuming Kong and Jiang Chuchu were very simple. It was because they liked him enough. Sometimes he didn't even need to lie to them, they would lie to themselves. Of course, this didn't mean that Gu Chang'e would lie to them or anything. In her opinion, compared to Yuming Kong, the Empyrean dear mystic fairy was indeed a far cry. "There are no clues about the heaven-wielding sword at the moment. I think we'll have to wait for a while," Yuming Kong said softly. She knew that Gu Chang'e was concerned about something else now. After her rebirth, the entire timeline of the upper realm had changed a lot. Even what happened in the 8 desolates 10 regions was very different from what she remembered. However, this didn't stop her from sending people to investigate the whereabouts of the heaven-wielding sword master. Regarding this matter, she wasn't too worried. This was because, in her memory, the heaven-wielding sword master had also died tragically at the hands of Gu Chang'e in the end. In the end, the heaven-wielding sword had fallen into Gu Chang'e's hands. She didn't even need to interfere too much. The heaven-wielding sword would eventually fall into Gu Chang'e's hands. Of course, she couldn't tell Gu Chang'e these things. The matter of the heaven-wielding sword isn't urgent. The secret of the immortal palace isn't in a hurry either. When Gu Chang'e heard this, he shook his head and smiled. After staying in the Wushuang celestial dynasty for a few months, he took the time to visit the Purple Pole elixir sect to see the current Lin Chiohan. This woman that he had once brought up from the lower realm could now be said to be blooming with the most brilliant brilliance. Her talent in alchemy had been displayed to the extreme. The Purple Pole elixir sect status in the upper realm was not low, especially when it came to alchemy. It could be said that its connections were complicated, and the forces that came in contact with it were even more complicated. Lin Xiuhan was now the young sect master. Her attainments in alchemy far surpassed many of the elders. Regarding Gu Changa's arrival, the entire Purple Pole Elixir sect was shaken. Some old monsters who had never appeared before also personally appeared to welcome him. The many rumors about Gu Changa in the 8 Desolates 10 regions had long spread throughout the upper realm. Many disciples of the Purple Pole Elixir sect looked at Gu Changa with fanatical admiration. Many people even knew that the current young sect master of the Purple Pole Elixir sect, Lin Xiuhan, was personally sent by Gu Changa. With this layer of relationship, the Purple Pole Elixir sect was naturally very close to Gu Changa. Lin Xiuhan was wearing a long blue dress. Her jade face was flawless. Her hair was like clouds, slender and graceful, beautiful and moving. Her entire person exuded a noble and elegant temperament. In Gu Changa's opinion, compared to when she first came to the upper realm, the current her had changed a lot. It could be said that she had been reborn. This made him quite satisfied. The Purple Pole Elixir sect was an honest person. Young master, Lin Xiuhan did not expect that Gu Changa would actually come to the Purple Pole Elixir sect to see her today. This made her very surprised and even a little dizzy. She still thought that Gu Changa was still in the vast Wilderness 10 regions and had not returned to the upper realm. Or did Gu Changa come to see her first after returning to the upper realm? During this period of time, she had been listening to many rumors about Gu Changa and admired him to the extreme. It even made her feel inferior at one point. It seems that you've been doing well during this period of time. Then I'm relieved. Gu Changa nodded, slightly with a smile on his face. After that, Lin Xiuhan very happily told Gu Changa about all kinds of things during this period of time. Many elders of the Purple Pole Elixir sect and others also tactfully left. Gu Changa, however, noticed that there were many young men with extraordinary appearances in the dark. His eyes were full of sadness as he left. He didn't really care about this type of person who was obviously Lin Xiuhan's pursuer. Smart people knew what to do at this time. You've improved quite fast. The last time I saw you, your cultivation had not reached the immortal realm. Now you're almost in the saint realm. Gu Changa listened to Lin Xiuhan's various things with a gentle smile on his face. He answered from time to time, just like when Lin Xiuhan first met him. On the Purple Pole Elixir sect side, Gu Changa had always asked Lin Xiuhan to pay attention to the Purple Pole Elixir's recipe. Now he heard her mention it, but this kind of elixir recipe was only accessible to the sect leader. She had only heard the sect leader mention it a few times now. After staying in the Purple Pole Elixir sect for a few days, Lin Xiuhan also personally cooked for Gu Changa, which was rare. Not only was she extremely talented in alchemy, but she also had no flaws in cooking, tea ceremony, and so on. It was just that ever since she came to the upper realm, she had not been exposed to these aspects. Fortunately, Gu Changa looked very satisfied, which made Lin Xiuhan very happy. After leaving the Purple Pole Elixir sect, Gu Changa returned to the Gu family. After Gu Xian left the 8 Desolates 10 regions and returned to the Peach Village, he disappeared without a trace. No one knew where he went to cultivate in seclusion. Because of the Peach Demon, Gu Changa did not go to the Peach Village. The last time he went to the Peach Village was because he wanted to test Chan Hongi. However, Gu Changa felt that the Peach Demon's memory seemed to be fragmented and not complete. That time, the Peach Demon had only tested him verbally and was very uncertain about his identity. Therefore, before he solved the matter of Chan Hongi, Gu Changa did not plan to contact the Peach Demon. Speaking of Chan Hongi, Gu Changa was a little surprised. During this period of time, she had established a force called the Demon Mountain. Demon clouds covered thousands of miles, and the entire sea area turned into a gloomy demon domain, full of chaotic aura and broken rules of the great Tao. It had become a new forbidden land for life. Many demons who wreaked havoc everywhere ran there. With Chan Hongi as the leader, many orthodoxies were wary of her. Many people still remembered the horrifying scene of Chan Hongyi slaughtering everyone after she appeared in the demon burial abyss. After that, many orthodoxies sent their experts to the divine city to kill her. In the end, almost all of them were killed, and only a few people escaped. Her strength was unfathomable, unimaginable, and boundlessly powerful. Because of this, many of the 623 orthodoxies were very wary of Chan Hongyi. If it was not necessary, they would not want to provoke her. It seems that Chan Hongyi has recovered a lot of her consciousness and is much more clear-headed. Gu Chang'e narrowed his eyes. He felt that the last time Chan Hongyi had left his inner universe, she had regained much of her senses. She might even have poisoned him. All signs showed that Chan Hongyi would not give up on revenge so easily. However, he was not sure what Chan Hongyi would do. The entire upper realm was celebrating the successful conquest of the 8 desolates, 10 regions. The war lasted for countless years, and the flames of war never stopped. In this era, it was considered to have come to an end. The 8 desolates, 10 regions was not considered an external threat. However, it was still a good thing to have one less problem. Now, the various orthodoxies in the upper realm had to deal with the calamity of the Inde that had appeared everywhere. This could be considered an internal problem, and the impact was huge. Of course, there was another thing that happened during this period that caused a stir in the upper realm. In many people's opinion, it was even more dangerous than the Inde, and they needed to find a way to stop it. The inheritor of demonic arts, who had been hiding for a long time, appeared in the world again, and suddenly attacked the successor of War Immortal's sect. In that battle, the successor of War Immortal's sect almost died. Fortunately, the protector found him in time and saved him. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Even so, the successor of War Immortal's sect was severely injured and his origin was damaged. In many people's opinion, this ancient freak, who had participated in the conquest of the 8 desolates 10 regions, was one of the strongest in the younger generation, except for Gu Chang'e. His strength could be said to be unparalleled, and he shone brightly during the conquest of the 8 desolates 10 regions. However, even he almost died in the hands of the inheritor of demonic arts. This incident caused a huge uproar, and many orthodoxies were enraged. Many of the orthodoxies who had disciples or successors who died tragically at the hands of the inheritor of demonic arts were enraged again, and they planned to search everywhere for the inheritor of demonic arts. Previously, many people thought that the inheritor of demonic arts would go into hiding and not cause any more trouble. However, they did not expect that after so many years he would make a move again and almost kill an ancient freak. This incident was so terrifying that it made people's hair stand on end. After all, the inheritor of demonic arts was someone who had escaped from Gu Chang'e several times. How could he be simple? Chapter 5:28. The successor of War Immortal's sect? Gu Chang'e was slightly surprised when he heard the news. He had met the successor of War Immortal's sect once before at the Empyrean Abyss in the 8 desolates 10 domains. However, he had killed the previous War Immortal of War Immortal's sect. The entire War Immortal's sect viewed him as their enemy. Although they did not dare to offend him, they did not treat him nicely either. In Gu Chang'e's opinion, it was not a coincidence that the successor of War Immortal's sect was in trouble. It seems that this is the reason why Su Chang'e challenged the successor of War Immortal's sect. Gu Chang'e guessed in his heart. Apart from this possibility, he could not figure out why Su Chang'e would challenge the successor of War Immortal's sect. The successor of demonic arts that was the talk of the town in the outside world was naturally Su Chang'e. After all, it had been a long time since he fought with the younger generation. Even if someone was suspicious, they would not suspect Gu Chang'e. Judging from the current situation, Su Chang'e had stirred up a hornet's nest. Not only would War Immortal's sect and other forces hunt her down, even those orthodoxies whose successors were killed by Gu Chang'e would pin their grudges on Su Chang'e. With so many troubles, she probably had no other choice but to escape. Unfortunately, she was still too inexperienced and did not manage to kill the successor of War Immortal's sect. Instead, she got herself into trouble. It seems that Su Chinga will be in danger if I don't do anything. Gu Changa seemed to be deep in thought. He was not worried about Su Chinga's safety. He just felt that he would be in trouble if Su Chinga was in danger. If the successor of War Immortal's sect was not dead, then he might have seen Su Chinga's face. If something happened to Su Chinga, there would be one less scapegoat for Gu Changa. Moreover, it was not the right time to expose his identity as the successor of demonic arts. Gu Changa had to think of a way to make Su Chinga behave during this time. At least, he had to kill the successor of War Immortal's sect, who might have seen her face before. We can use this opportunity to get Bai Lian to send assassins to deal with the successor of War Immortal Manor. Speaking of which, I haven't been to the Chaotic Star region for a while. It's time to make a move on the Ji family behind Ji Qingxian. Gu Changa recalled this matter. If he wanted to find Su Chinga, he would have to rely on Ji Qingxian. Although the two sisters had exchanged identities, they must be in contact with each other. With that in mind, Gu Changa ordered someone to prepare a carriage for him. He planned to make a trip to the Chaotic Star Field. As for the matter of the Hidden Clan, he planned to wait for Yen to obtain the drop of Yin Xian's blood before making his move. The matter between Jiang Chen and Niu Tian had been delayed for a long time. It was time to solve it. Because of the 13 great bandits, the Starfield of Chaos had always been feared by the major orthodoxies. Even though the 13 bandits had been destroyed by Gu Changa, they were still alive. However, under the support of Gu Changa, another new bandit force was gradually growing stronger. Its degree of complexity was not the slightest bit smaller than that of the 13 bandits. During this time, this new force was the only one in the Chaotic Star region. It had taken over many bandit forces, big and small. The caravans along the way had been exploited a lot, but no one had the nerve to voice their anger, because they knew the new force's owner was Gu Changa. On the surface, the new force's owner was a young woman, but many forces knew this young woman was only Gu Changa's maid. Over time, many forces of the Merchant Union passing through this area had gotten used to it. As long as one paid the toll, there wouldn't be any robberies. In some ways, this gave many forces a sense of security. One had to know that in the past, the 13 great bandits often went back on their word and robbed others by force. The Chaotic Star region was made up of many large and small broken continents, as well as stars floating in the universe. Its territory was extremely vast. Chaos City was located in the center of the Chaotic Star region. The city walls were majestic and stretched endlessly. It was shrouded in a vast gray fog. It was even more prosperous than many ancient cities in the upper realm. It housed billions of cultivators and living beings. At this moment, in the depths of Chaos City, in an extremely grand and majestic palace complex, a beautiful woman in a purple dress with soft black hair covered her face with a veil. Her eyes were cold and dignified. She stood on the highest city tower with her hands behind her back, looking at the huge Chaos City in the distance. Her body was filled with a kind of dignity that made one's heart palpitate. Her many subordinates and maids behind her were also trembling with fear. They were extremely respectful and did not dare to breathe loudly. This Chaos City and even the entire Chaotic Star region is now in my hands. Unfortunately, compared to the big upper realm, it's just a small place. I can wipe it out with a flick of my finger. The purple-dressed woman spoke indifferently as she slowly swept her gaze below. However, there was great ambition in the depths of her eyes. She stretched out her jade-white palm and opened it flat, as if she wanted to encompass the entire world in her palm. Hearing this, the many subordinates and maids behind the purple-dressed woman couldn't hide their reverence and respect. The woman before them was Ji Qingxian, who was called the Queen of Chaos by countless cultivators and living beings in the Chaotic Star region. At the same time, she was also the ruler of the entire Chaotic Star region. She controlled the life and death of countless cultivators and living beings, and she controlled a vast territory that exceeded millions of kilometers. I always thought that I could control more, but in the end, I realized that all of this might just be a wedding dress for her disciple. Ji Qingshuan's gaze was deep and cold as she looked at the distant city wall and suddenly shook her head. I believe that in the near future, there will be a place for you in this huge upper realm. Hearing this, the expressions of the subordinates and maids changed slightly, and they all spoke respectfully. A place for me? But all of this doesn't truly belong to me. Ji Qingxian suddenly sneered as if she was rather disdainful. A terrifying cold aura spread out from her body, causing everyone's faces to turn pale as they trembled slightly. However, this emotion only lasted for a moment, and she quickly returned to normal. Queen, your sister is here. She's waiting for you in the hall. Right at this moment, a person rushed over from below the city wall and said, respectfully, many people in Chaos City knew that Ji Qingxian had a sister who looked exactly like her. That sister was the genius of the reclusive Ji family. She was rather famous and often came here to look for Ji Qingxian. Sometimes, she even brought many elders of the Ji family. Of course, they didn't know that the person before them was the genius of the Ji family. As for that sister, it was actually her elder sister, Su Qingge. Their identities had been swapped a long time ago. Oh, why is my sister here again? Ji Qingshuan's eyes flashed slightly when she heard this. She had a strange expression as she asked calmly, I don't know. Your sister came here alone this time. There are no elders of the Ji family following her. The person who came to report replied, alone. Ji Qingxian nodded. Her expression returned to normal, and no one could tell what she was thinking. Then she moved away from the city wall and walked into the palace. A woman in white was already waiting inside. Her expression was cold. Her facial features were exquisite, and her hair was soft. She was like a flawless fairy with an otherworldly aura. Elder sister, why are you suddenly looking for me today? Is there something wrong? There was no one else in the palace apart from Su Qingge. This was the rule that Ji Qingxian had set when they met previously. When she and her sister were meeting, no one was allowed to disturb them. Therefore, she had a smile on her face when she came here. She seemed to be very concerned. Something did happen. That's why I came to look for you. Su Qingge heard the voice and turned around to look at Ji Qingxian calmly. Oh, what is it? Do you need my help? Ji Qingxian blinked and couldn't help but ask. It's time to change our identities back. Su Qingge looked at her and seemed to be thinking. Then she said softly, Elder sister. Ji Qingshuan's expression froze. She seemed to be in disbelief and asked again, Elder sister, are you serious? Didn't we change our identities just fine? Why do you want to change them back? Are you in some kind of trouble? This was Ji Qingshuan's first thought. If it wasn't for some kind of trouble, Su Qingge wouldn't have suddenly mentioned this. There's no trouble. I just want to change it back. With my current position in the Ji family, you won't have to be as careful as before. Mother's condition is also much better, Su Qingge said. Her eyes were calm, just like her indifferent personality. Ji Qingxian suddenly fell silent. The smile on her face also disappeared. Elder sister, are you sure you're serious? She asked again. Su Qingge frowned. When she came here, she felt that this matter wouldn't go so smoothly. Perhaps Ji Qingxian wasn't willing to change it back, but she didn't expect Ji Qingxian to be so persistent. She even asked twice. Of course I'm serious. Even if you return to the Ji family now, it won't affect you at all. I've already arranged everything. Su Qingge's furrowed brows relaxed. She still said softly. She felt that Ji Qingxian was worried about the situation after returning to the Ji family. However, she had long expected this and had dealt with it properly. I understand. Elder sister, you finished what you wanted to do now. So you want to take back your identity? At this moment, the smile on Ji Qingshuan's face disappeared. She became very cold and indifferent. She spoke with a faint, mocking tone. It was very different from her appearance just now. Qingxian, what do you mean? Su Qingge frowned. She felt that the Ji Qingxian in front of her was very different from the younger sister she knew. It even made her feel unfamiliar. But this Ji Qingxian was in line with the real younger sister she knew when she first met Ji Qingxian. The obedient appearance on the surface was just a pretense that she was already used to. What do I mean? Hearing this, Ji Qingxian only sneered. Elder sister, don't you know what I mean? I've worked hard to please the young master and even managed this chaotic star field so well. I've ruled this thousands of miles of territory and am only below one person and above hundreds of millions. Do you really think that you can so easily snatch all of these away and take away everything that I currently possess? Have you ever considered my feelings? Do you think it's possible? Speaking of this, her expression became even colder. Her words contained chilling intent. Su Qingge was silent when she heard this. She did not expect Ji Qingxian to say such words, but this was also something that she did not consider. Before this, she did not expect Ji Qingxian to care so much about this identity. But all of this is fake. You're not me and I'm not you. Paper can never wrap fire. Once it's exposed, do you dare to imagine the consequences? Su Qingge frowned and said. In fact, she was not sure if Gu Changge had discovered that she and her younger sister had exchanged identities. Now, as long as the two of them exchanged identities in time, there was still a way. Yes, all of this is fake. Elder sister is elder sister and I am me. Ji Qingxuan's expression was cold as she said faintly, so I only need to kill you. From then on, I'll be you. There will no longer be Ji Qingxian in this world. Only Su Qingge. What's mine will still be mine. The young master will only favor me. Everything will have nothing to do with you. Qingxian Yu! Su Qingge's expression changed slightly as she felt a slight chill. She knew that this was because Ji Qingxian wanted to kill her. This made her very shocked and even felt that it was inconceivable. Ji Qingxian actually wanted to kill her and replace her identity from then on. This way it would be like what she said. There would no longer be Ji Qingxian in this world, only Su Qingge. I didn't want to do this, but elder sister, you forced me. I don't want to lose the young master's favor, nor do I want to lose everything that I've worked so hard for. So elder sister can only ask you to die. Ji Qingxuan's expression was cold as her eyes were emotionless. When she talked about this, it was as if she was talking about something that had nothing to do with her. Buzz. As soon as she finished speaking, a dazzling light suddenly appeared in the palace. Ancient and mysterious runes appeared on the walls and in the void. They contained a terrifying pressure and intertwined to form an extremely vast star map that could kill any living thing that stepped into it. You've already set up all of this in order to kill me? Su Qingge's expression changed slightly as she retreated. At this moment, a terrifying chill swept through her body. She really did not expect Ji Qingxian to set up such a powerful formation in this palace in advance just for this day. I actually didn't want to activate this formation. I also didn't want this day to come. Ji Qingxuan's expression did not change as she slowly walked towards Su Qingge. But elder sister, why do you have to barge into my life and try to take everything away from me? Can't you just be Ji Qingxian? All these days, I've been worried that the young master would suddenly find out that I'm not the real Su Qingge, but his useless sister. What do you think I should do? Hearing these words, Su Qingge stepped back. A trace of anger flashed across her face. Her voice turned cold. So you want to kill me? Chapter 5:29. There was dead silence in the hall. Many divine runes shone brightly, reflecting on the walls and the void. Su Qingge never thought that such a day would come. Ji Qingxian did not hesitate to kill her in order to obtain her identity. As her elder sister, other than feeling heartache and anger, she was deeply disappointed. They were sisters, after all. Although they did not grow up together, They were supposed to help and protect each other in a strange place like the upper realm. However, they never thought that there would be a day when they would turn against each other for such a ridiculous identity. Actually, I should have thought of such a day. You are very ambitious. If you stay in the G family, it will be difficult for you to realize your ambitions and ambitions. Coincidentally, we exchanged identities which gave you such a chance, Su Chinga said. After thinking it through, she gradually regained her composure. It was not her fault, nor was it Ji Qingshuan's fault. However, they should not have exchanged identities in the first place. Now, she should not have said that she wanted to change her identity back. Perhaps the best way now was for her to be Ji Qingxian from now on. Ji Qingxian would continue to stay by Gu Changa's side as Su Chinga. Elder sister, what's the use of saying this now? Ji Qingxian was still unmoved when she heard these words. As she waved her hand, various mysterious runes appeared in the hall again. They even condensed various divine weapons, such as axes, hooks, tridents, sabers, spears, swords, and halberds. They all shone with divine light and attacked Su Chinga. Stop. If you stop, I can still give you a chance. If you continue to be so stubborn, don't blame me for being ruthless. Su Chinga's calm face had a trace of coldness. At this moment, she was also furious. However, the person in front of her was her younger sister. She could not kill her in such a short time. Oh, elder sister, do you think you still have a chance? The corner of Ji Qingshuan's mouth held a faint smile as she mocked. Her current strength was already at the absolute saint realm, which was comparable to many young supremes. Most importantly, the runes in this place were under her control. Even if a quasi-supreme expert were to step into this place, they would still have to be wary. Ji Qingxian did not think that the current Su Chinga had any ability to resist. You're so stubborn. Today, I must teach you a lesson. Su Chinga had a cold look on her face. Suddenly, several misty lights appeared in her sleeves and then fell into her palms. It was a somewhat broken ancient horn. It was very simple and unadorned, and there were traces of dried blood on its edges. However, he could faintly hear a dragon's roar coming from within, shaking the void and causing the entire palace to gently sway. The moment she saw this item, Ji Qingshuan's expression changed slightly. However, he quickly regained his composure. Big sister has quite a lot of good things. You even have a broken dragon horn. However, if you want to rely on this broken dragon horn to break my rune, then you must be dreaming. Ji Qingxian said lightly. Although the dragon horn had the power to break through formations, it was a complete dragon horn and required a large amount of magic power. No matter how strong Su Chinga was, how could she break a quasi-supreme level array with just a broken dragon horn? Hearing this, Su Chinga did not say anything. She only took out the broken dragon horn in her hand and slammed it into the rune in front of her. As the inheritor of demonic techniques, her improvement during this period could be said to be extremely fast. Even an ancient freak, like the successor of our immortal sect, who is widely recognized as one of the most powerful young existences of this generation, almost died in her hands. A single Ji Qingxian was not worth her using all of her means. Buzz! In the next moment, a dazzling brilliance exploded in front of her. It was like a huge wave was rushing toward her, causing the entire palace to shake as if it was about to collapse. The dragon horn emitted a misty light and was extremely heavy. Even the void exploded with a boom, showing how terrifying its power was. In just an instant, many of the runes were obliterated, and the resplendent light in this place gradually dimmed. How is this possible? When Ji Qingxian saw this, her expression became unsettled. Things were a little out of her expectations. Her sister, Su Chinga, was much stronger than she had imagined. The rune in front of her did not seem to be able to deal with her. Instead, it was quickly destroyed by the broken dragon horn. Is this all you have? You want to kill me with this? Su Chinga spoke indifferently. Her white robe fluttered in the wind, making her look otherworldly and otherworldly. Ji Qingxian calmed down and said with a faint smile, "I've underestimated you, sister, but you seem to have underestimated me too." As soon as she finished speaking, the entire palace began to tremble. The surrounding space even became misty as strands of chaotic mist began to surge out. It was as if the world had suddenly been created. This palace is actually a spatial artifact. Are you planning to trap me here forever? Su Qingge was a little surprised. She did not expect Ji Qingxian to have other means. However, if it was just a normal spatial artifact, it would not be enough to trap her. Sister, you seem to be quite confident in your own strength. Ji Qingxian spoke indifferently while paying attention to Su Qingge's expression. She did not expect Su Qingge to only be a little surprised when she activated this palace. The two of them were sisters. Although they weren't telepathic, they could faintly sense each other's emotions at this time. Su Qingge was much calmer than she had imagined. She was not flustered at all. Aren't you quite confident in your own means too? Su Qingge also asked back indifferently. Soon, the two began to fight in this palace. Fists and palms collided. All kinds of divine runes fluttered in the air. It was extremely dazzling. Many das and techniques were being performed. This place became extremely blurry. Even the chaotic mist around them exploded and rushed in all directions. Both of them were very powerful, and they were strong enough to be respected among their peers. Especially Su Qingge. She did not use her most powerful means from the beginning to the end, but Ji Qingxian still found it troublesome. After dozens of moves, she began to cough up blood. Impossible! Ji Qingxuan's mouth was bleeding as she retreated. She was in disbelief. She was born in the upper realm and had been cultivating diligently since she was young. Why was her strength not as good as her sister, who lived in the lower realm? This made her feel defeated and doubtful. You want to kill me if this is all you've got? After severely injuring Ji Qingxian with one palm strike, Su Qingge charged forward again. Her clothes were fluttering, and her beauty was moving. There was a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. She was a little conceited, but also a little mocking. Bunches of silver vines intertwined in the void as if they were rooted here. They could be condensed into all kinds of divine weapons. It was extremely magical. This was Su Qingge's divine ability. It was extremely powerful and tricky. Even if Ji Qingxian used the Ji family's ultimate divine ability, she could not break through this technique and was heavily injured. Her face was slightly pale, but her eyes were still calm. It was obvious that she had not used her means yet. At this moment, she frowned as she heard footsteps coming from outside the palace. Ji Qingxian had to stop what she was doing. If it was not something serious, ordinary people would not dare to disturb her at this time. Thinking of this, Ji Qingxian waved her hand. The chaotic mist in the palace also dispersed. The aftermath of the battle also quickly disappeared. Su Qingge stood on the other side. Seeing this, she did not continue to attack. What's the matter? Ji Qingxian took out an embroidered handkerchief and wiped the blood at the corner of her mouth. She asked faintly. However, what puzzled her was why the person outside the palace did not speak. Ji Qingxian frowned and was a little displeased. It was inevitable that she would be angry to be disturbed at such a time, especially when she was at a disadvantage and was not Su Qingge's match. This made her pent-up anger, and she had nowhere to vent it. If there's nothing, don't disturb me, Ji Qingxian said coldly. Oh, did I disturb you? In the next moment, a chuckle sounded outside the palace. The palace door that was firmly shut by Ji Qingxian with a secret technique opened quietly at this moment. Her many subordinates and maids were standing respectfully outside the palace. They did not even dare to raise their heads. The one who spoke was a young man beside them. When they heard this chuckle, both Ji Qingxian and Su Qingge's expressions froze. They even felt their heads buzzing and their minds went blank. They were a little dazed. Young master? Why did he suddenly come to Chaos City? Moreover, the two of them did not sense his aura. If Guchanga had not spoken, they would not dare to believe that he would actually appear here. Moreover, it was at the critical moment when the two of them had turned against each other and were about to fight to the death. At this moment, both Ji Qingxian and Su Qingge had cold sweat on their palms and backs. However, Ji Qingxian reacted the fastest. She was stunned at first, but then joy appeared on her face. She quickly went forward to welcome him. "Young master, why did you suddenly come over? Why didn't you tell me in advance? I was going to welcome you outside the city." Ji Qingxian had a happy smile on her face. She went forward to hold Guchanga's arm. It was the complete opposite of the cold and dignified appearance in front of everyone in Chaos City. Su Qingge wanted to go over instinctively, but she remembered her current identity and forcibly restrained herself. However, the expression on her face was a little complicated. She was more nervous and uneasy. She was worried that Guchanga would notice something. She had followed Guchanga for the longest time. Therefore, she understood how terrifying Guchanga was. Whether it was his shrewdness or his strength, they were all close to the level of a demon. Guchanga might have already sensed her fight with Ji Qingxian earlier. After all, his current strength was unfathomable. Even if there was a formation, it would be difficult to block his senses. If I had told you in advance, there wouldn't be a surprise. Guchanga smiled faintly. He glanced at Su Qingge in the palace without batting an eyelid and said, "This is the little sister you told me about, right? If you look at it this way, the two of you look exactly the same. I almost can't tell you apart." Chapter 530. The atmosphere in the hall was a little strange. The two sisters who had just turned against each other and were at each other's throats looked at each other at the same time. They both saw the deeply hidden nervousness and worry in each other's eyes. As for Guchanga's sudden arrival, they were not prepared at all. They did not know how long Guchanga had been here and whether he had heard what they said before. However, at this time, no matter what, they could only brace themselves and accept it. Ji Qingxuan's face was full of smiles. She intimately held Guchanga's arm and explained, "She is the younger sister Ji Qingxian that I mentioned to young master. She is the genius of the hidden Ji family. When I first saw her, I was also shocked. She looks exactly like me, so it's easy for us to recognize each other. I remember now. When we were in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, didn't we meet once?" Hearing this, Guchanga nodded as if she had understood something. "Qingxian greets, young Master Changa." At this time, Su Qingge also regained her composure and said with a respectful expression on her face, no matter how big the conflict between her and Ji Qingxian was, at this time the first thing to do was to hide everything deeply and not reveal any flaws. It would be best if Guchanga could not detect any abnormality. No need to be so polite. Guchanga nodded slightly and stopped looking at Su Qingge. "I heard a lot of noise outside the hall and thought something big happened." Then, as if he had thought of something, he spoke again with a faintly discernible smile at the corners of his mouth. Hearing this, both Su Qingge and Ji Qingxuan's hearts tightened and cold sweat appeared on their palms. "It's not a big deal. Actually, I was sparring with my younger sister just now. She always felt that she was stronger than me, but I didn't believe it, so I started sparring with her in the main hall. I didn't expect that young master would come at this time, however." Ji Qingxian reacted quickly and explained with her usual obedient expression. "If you don't believe me, you can ask Qingxian. She is very strong. She gave me a huge shock today. I was almost not her match." At the end of her speech, she pointed at Su Qingge and signaled her to speak. "Yes, I was sparring with my sister just now. I didn't expect to attract young Master Changa's attention." Su Qingge understood what Ji Qingxian meant. However, at a time like this, he could only brace himself and explain. Although she felt that this explanation was very far-fetched with Guchanga's character, it was very likely that he would not believe it. Oh, so that's why. It seems that you sisters are quite competitive. When Gu Changa heard this explanation, his smile deepened. However, he didn't ask any more questions. Just as Ji Qingxian and Su Qinga were worried, Gu Changa had been here for a while. Not only did he witness the two sisters turning against each other, but he also saw Ji Qingxian and Su Qinga's current trump card. Gu Changa didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this. Of course, he didn't intend to expose them. Now, Su Qinga was the true inheritor of demonic arts. Once the exchange of identities was exposed, it would mean that Su Qinga's identity as the inheritor of demonic arts would be exposed. This was not a good thing for Gu Changa. It would bring him a lot of trouble. Therefore, what he had to do now was to pretend that he didn't know. Sister, she's quite competitive. Ji Qingxian saw that Gu Changa didn't ask any more questions. She couldn't help but feel relieved. However, for some reason, Ji Qingxian and Su Qinga had a feeling that Gu Changa would reluctantly believe their explanation at this time. This made them feel very strange. They felt that Gu Changa already knew about their exchange of identities. Everything now was just a pretense that he deliberately showed. However, at this time, if Gu Changa didn't mention it, they wouldn't say anything. Gu Changa's thoughts were not something they could guess. Young master, is there a reason why you're here this time? Then, Ji Qingxian blinked and asked curiously, with Gu Changa's current identity and status, this chaotic star field was not worth his attention. Can't I come if there's nothing? Can't I come to see you? Gu Changa smiled faintly and asked in return. He seemed to be a little amused by her question. Ji Qingxian also guessed that this might be the reason. A slight blush appeared on her pretty face. She said happily, I'm very happy and touched that you came to see me, young master. I thought you were going to forget about me, young master. Gu Changa smiled. Her gaze was still gentle as she said, What are you talking about? How could I forget about you? Young master, you're so kind. Ji Qingxuan's heart was filled with happiness and gratitude. She tightly held onto Gu Changa's arm and didn't want to let go at all. She secretly glanced at Su Qinga. Her expression was slightly smug and provocative. Seeing this scene, Su Qinga kept her eyes down. For some reason, she felt sour in her heart. She knew that she couldn't blame anyone for this. It was the result of her own actions. It was also the choice she had made in the beginning. Now, the real her was standing in front of Gu Changa, but she could only act like a stranger. On the contrary, her sister was naturally enjoying the pampering that was supposed to be hers. At this moment, Su Qinga even felt that it was normal that Ji Qingxian wanted to kill her, because right now, even she was feeling the same way. Then, Gu Changa and Ji Qingxian talked about many things. They talked about the many changes in the chaotic star field and the rare treasures she had obtained. On the contrary, Su Qinga stood on the side like an outsider. She didn't fit in at all. The feeling of something that belonged to her being taken away by her sister made her feel inexplicably sour in her heart. Su Qinga, don't be stupid. You are the inheritor of demonic arts. Gu Changa is the leader of the younger generation. Do you think he will still tolerate you after your true identity is exposed? Don't forget what he said back then. He will kill you with his own hands. This is the best way to deal with it now. In Su Qinga's mind, the voice of the other soul sounded with indifference and mockery, interrupting her fantasy. Hearing these words, Su Qinga smiled self-deprecatingly. She glanced at Gu Changa and Ji Qingxian, who were chatting happily not far away, and gradually calmed down. She was destined to live in the shadows and darkness. Gu Changa's halo was bright and dazzling. His future was unimaginable. The two of them were destined to not be in the same world. Then, because of Gu Changa's arrival, the entire Chaos City was in an uproar. The situation here was complicated. Many cultivators and living beings could only leave their homeland and flee to this place because they had offended their enemies. They lived here for a long time. Although they knew that the current ruler of Chaos City was Ji Qingxian, who was known as the Queen of Chaos. However, many people knew that Ji Qingxian was only the one in charge on the surface. The master behind this huge chaotic star region was actually Gu Chang'e. Now that Gu Chang'e had come here personally, all the cultivators and living beings were shocked and shocked. During this period of time, many news about Gu Chang'e swept across the upper realm like a hurricane. Many people wanted to see Gu Chang'e with their own eyes and see his true appearance. However, Chaos City had strict rules. Even many of the upper echelons did not dare to set foot in the inner city without permission. Because of this, Ji Qingxian specially gave the order to hold an extremely grand welcoming banquet. Many families in Chaos City were able to participate and sent a lot of gifts. The upper realm has been quite lively recently. At the banquet, Gu Chang'e sat on the main seat and could not help but chuckle softly. Ji Qingxian picked up food for him. Hearing his sigh, she was a little puzzled and could not help but ask, "Young master, why did you suddenly say that?" On the other side, Su Qing'e, who was drinking by herself, also stopped what she was doing when she heard that and looked over. "I just suddenly remembered something. These days, the upper echelons of many great sects and orthodoxies have come to me and asked me to keep an eye out for the traces of the inheritor of the demonic technique," Gu Chang'e said casually with a calm smile on his face. "The inheritor of the demonic technique?" Ji Qingxuan's expression changed slightly when she heard those words. She begged for fresh flowers. She knew that the inheritor of the demonic technique was someone who had escaped from Gu Chang'e with his life several times. His strength was unimaginable. During this period of time, the news of the inheritor of the demonic technique reappearing in the mortal world had indeed caused an uproar. Even the successor of War Immortal's manor almost died in the hands of the inheritor of the demonic technique. The expressions of the people in the hall changed even more. Su Qing'e, who was picking up food, also froze at this moment. She seemed a little unnatural, but she quickly recovered and no one noticed anything unusual. She did not expect Gu Chang'e to suddenly mention the inheritor of the demonic technique at this time. This made her heart skip a beat, and she could not help but listen with rapt attention. Gu Chang'e could be said to be standing at the top of the upper realm's authority. If the orthodoxies had plans to deal with the inheritor of the demonic technique, they might discuss it with him. From these words, she could also be prepared. Yes, the inheritor of the demonic technique. That guy escaped from me several times in the past. I thought he had disappeared without a trace. I didn't expect him to appear again during this period of time. What a surprise! Gu Chang'e took a sip and shook his head gently. He seemed to be a little emotional. Although the inheritor of the demonic technique is powerful, how can he be a match for you, young master? He's just someone who lost to you, young master. Ji Qingxian snorted softly. Her words were full of respect for Gu Chang'e. Even so, he's really good at hiding. However, I heard that he gave himself away this time. The inheritor of War Immortal's manor did not die. When he fought with him, I seem to have seen the inheritor of the demonic technique. Gu Chang'e shook his head and said casually as if he was talking about something trivial. He naturally made up these words. How would he know about War Immortal's manor? Although the two were not like fire and water, their relationship was not good either. He said this mainly to test Su Qing'e's reaction. If she really exposed her true appearance, Gu Chang'e could only ask Bai Lian or to do everything possible to kill the inheritor of War Immortal's manor. Gu Chang'e would not allow such an accident to live in the human world. Gave himself away. If that's the case, War Immortal's manor will soon find the true inheritor of the demonic technique. Hearing these words, Ji Qingxian was slightly surprised. She did not expect the inheritor of the demonic technique to reveal his true appearance in this ambush. If that was the case, wouldn't the true identity of the inheritor of the demonic technique be exposed to the world soon? Su Qing'e's heart trembled. She frowned slightly, and her expression was somewhat unnatural. It was indeed her mistake to not kill the inheritor of War Immortal's manor. However, She did not reveal her true appearance from the beginning to the end. How did the inheritor of War Immortal's manor discover her true appearance? She was puzzled. Could it be that War Immortal's manor had some secret technique that could trace the scene? However, she had been very careful and carried a treasure that could deceive and confuse heaven's secrets. Then where did it go wrong? Su Chinga did not doubt Gu Changa's words. Instead, she believed them without a doubt. Maybe that guy has some kind of innate divine ability that allows him to see your true appearance. Not killing him is indeed a mistake on your part. His pair of golden cross eyes does have some mysterious power. The other soul in her mind sighed softly and seemed a little helpless. Su Chinga's expression had returned to normal. She asked in her mind, "Then what should I do from now on? Should I run for my life, find a place to hide, or change my appearance?" She had long expected such a day to come, but she did not expect it to come so soon. However, Su Chinga was not very flustered at this time. She began to think of countermeasures. It seems that I can only act according to the circumstances. If there is no other way, go to Demon Mountain and seek refuge with that person. She will take you in. The other soul replied and then gradually became silent. Su Chinga nodded with a calm expression. "Have you considered the matter of Ji family that I told you before?" Later, in the middle of the banquet, Gu Changa seemed to have suddenly thought of something and asked Ji Qingxian, who was beside him, with interest. Ji Qingxian was stunned at first. Then she reacted and became a little surprised. There was no hiding the ambition in her eyes. She said, almost without hesitation, "If young master is willing to help us sisters, we are naturally willing." Chapter 531. Gu Changa had mentioned this to her before, but Ji Qingxian was still thinking about it at that time. The main reason was that she did not know how she and Su Chinga would face the Ji family. During this period, Su Chinga had a good life in the Ji family. She had solved many of Ji Qingshuan's worries. Of course, a large part of the reason was that many elders in the Ji family already knew that Ji Qingxian had a twin sister named Su Chinga, who was Gu Changa's maid. Therefore, the Ji family's attitude toward her had changed greatly. However, this did not affect Ji Qingshuan's ambition. Not only did she want to control this chaotic star region, but she also wanted to become the master of the reclusive Ji family. Only Gu Changa could give her such an opportunity. The Ji family's matter? Su Chinga's eyes flickered. She knew what Ji Qingxian was talking about. This was because before they turned against each other, Ji Qingxian had mentioned to her that she wanted to control the entire Ji family. However, as a Rinzhu family, the Ji family had a long history. It was even superior to many of the imperishable sects and supreme orthodoxies in the upper realm. Therefore, she had been thinking about it and felt that she needed to consider it carefully. After all, the Ji family's waters ran deep. If she was not careful, she would fall into an irrecoverable situation. Now, there was an opportunity in front of her. "As long as you have the ambition, I can help you." Gu Changa smiled faintly. He observed Su Chinga's reaction just now and could see that she was quite surprised by the news. In that case, she should be very cautious and did not reveal her true appearance. However, Gu Changa still ordered someone to eliminate the War Immortal's sex descendant for safety's sake. "Thank you, young master." Ji Qingshuan's face was filled with joy. Although the reclusive Ji family had a deep foundation, it had declined over the years. It was no longer the same as before. It might even fall to a second-rate family. However, it was still a reclusive family. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Their ancestors had an existence like the Rinzhu. Ordinary forces would not dare to humiliate the Ji family. After all, their foundation was far inferior. Although her mother was a direct descendant of the Ji family, she had caused the Ji family to lose face because she ran away from the wedding. All these years she had been confined in the courtyard, unable to leave even half a step. Her life was very miserable, and she could hardly provide any help to her. The current head of the Ji family was her uncle. If she could become the next patriarch of the Ji family, It would be perfectly justifiable. But now there was a problem in front of her. The current divine son of the Ji family, Ji Yaoxing, was like the sun in the sky. He was very famous in the Ji family. Behind him, there were many elders supporting him. He was the most powerful candidate for the next family, head of the Ji family. If she wanted to take over the Ji family, aside from obtaining Gu Chang'e support, she also needed to defeat Ji Yaoxing. My little sister should be confident in this matter, Ji Qingxian said. She looked at Su Qing'e and signaled her to speak. Although the two sisters had turned against each other and were now enemies, it was undeniable that they had a tacit understanding. They could understand each other with just a glance. At this moment, Su Qing'e also nodded and said, just as elder sister said, I am quite confident that I can become the next patriarch of the Ji clan. Her current identity was the favored daughter of the Ji family. She was considered a reputable figure in the upper realm. If she took over the Ji family, she could have another layer of cover. It's good that you're confident. Otherwise, you'll have worked for nothing and might become a joke. Gu Chang'e smiled casually. If he directly interfered with the Ji family's matters, it would be somewhat unreasonable. After all, he was just an outsider. However, if he accompanied Ji Qingxian and Su Qing'e, the meaning would be different. By then, the Ji family would understand that he was standing behind Ji Qingxian. Now, it was unimaginable how terrifying Gu Chang'e's power in the upper realm was. As long as the Ji family was not stupid, they would understand what this meant. Soon, Ji Qingxian arranged many things and planned to go to the reclusive Ji family the next day. She definitely had to accompany him on this matter. Otherwise, she would not be at ease with Su Qing'e. For a moment, Ji Qingxian could not contain her ambition. That night, Su Qing'e tossed and turned in bed. Her heart could not calm down, and it was even more difficult for her to meditate. She rarely encountered such a state. Tonight was an exception. Many thoughts surged into her mind, causing her to sigh softly. Outside the palace, the moonlight was like water. It was quiet and peaceful. Su Qing'e looked to the other side. Knowing that Ji Qingxian was serving her, she felt inexplicably irritated. At the same time, on the other side, the reclusive Ji family was located in the upper realms, Dongxing Heaven. Although it was not the strongest force in the territory, it had a deep foundation. Few dared to provoke it. As an old reclusive family, the Ji family's territory was extremely vast. In the family land, there were many divine mountains and immortal islands. Clouds were rising, and a mortal fog lingered. Various mountains were shining brightly. It was a scene of an immortal holy land. This time, Miss Chuiwe seems to have returned with news of our ancestor. I don't know if it's true or not. If it's true, then as long as we save our ancestor, won't our Ji family be able to restore our past glory? Judging from this matter, it should be true. Otherwise, the elders wouldn't have paid so much attention to it. At this moment, in front of the Ji family's mountain gate, a few Ji family members who were in charge of guarding were talking. There was excitement on their faces. The ancestor they were talking about was naturally the one who was once respectfully called the human ancestor. To the upper realm, only those who had made great contributions to all living beings would be respectfully called human ancestor. To the 10,000 ancient clans, those who had made great contributions to them would be called heavenly emperors. For example, the current human ancestor hall was actually built by a human ancestor in the past. Like the Ji family, there was actually a human ancestor in their ancestors. That human ancestor was the Ji family's ancestor. However, later on, for some unknown reason, he disappeared. No one in the Ji family knew whether he was alive or not. The era involved in this matter was too long ago. It could even be traced back to many eras ago. Because the Ji family's ancestor disappeared, many inheritances were not left behind. This led to the gradual decline of the Ji family and almost became a second-rate family. Now that they suddenly heard news of their ancestor, how could the entire Ji family not be shocked? Even the ancestors who had been in hibernation were startled. They all emerged from their seclusion to discuss this matter. According to the news sent back by Miss Chuiwe, our ancestor was actually trapped somewhere for countless years. He managed to escape in 9 days. He didn't pass away in meditation like the rumors said, and she accidentally sensed our ancestor's existence. That's why she hurried back to the family to discuss this matter. A few members of the G family were excited. They felt that the G family's day of glory was not far away. However, some people were still worried and could not help but ask, if the other forces know that our ancestor is trapped, would they sit still and let us rescue our ancestor? You don't have to worry about this. This is completely unnecessary. Our ancestor had made great contributions to the upper realm back then. Many orthodoxies still owe him a favor. Not to mention that the upper realm is facing the calamity of extinction heaven. The human ancestor hall is helpless against it. Our ancestor is not dead yet. As long as we rescue our ancestor, won't the calamity of extinction heaven be easily solved? You'll know who's more important at a glance. Hearing this, the members of the G family could not help but shake their heads and analyze. Chapter 532. The news that the G family's ancestor was trapped somewhere and did not pass away had only spread within the G family's small circle. It had not spread to the outside world yet. Therefore, the few people in front of the G family's mountain gate were only whispering to each other. They did not intend to let the many cultivators passing by at the foot of the mountain hear them. Before the G family's higher-ups decided whether to spread the news, they did not dare to say anything. However, now that they heard the news that the G family's ancestor had not passed away, all of them felt excited and swept away their previous depression. The reclusive G family had been silent in the upper realm for too long. It had been so long that many forces and orthodoxies had almost forgotten about the existence of such an ancestral family. Just as the G family members were talking about this, roar in the distant sky. Suddenly, a huge commotion could be heard. A white jade carriage flew across the sky and descended towards this place. The white jade carriage had 9 pale blue WRMS as its mounts. As it flew across, the sky trembled. It looked incomparably grand and imposing. Even from a long distance away, a terrifying pressure could be felt emanating from it. Many cultivators outside the G family's mountain gate had a change of expression. They felt their hearts palpitate. Those are Great Saint WYRMS, 9 Great Saint WYRMS pulling the carriage. Who is it? Who has such a grand display? Could it be the G family? Many people were shocked. They felt that such a display would only be seen when some imperishable sects or supreme orthodoxies, sect masters, or patriarchs traveled. Who is it? Quickly report to the elders. Many members of the G family who were chatting felt their hearts tremble at this moment. They became solemn as they looked at the white jade carriage that was descending. Some of them even quickly returned to the family to report. They were extremely cautious. In the current upper realm, what did it mean to have 9 Great Saint WYRMS pulling the carriage mean? It meant that at least one of them was a patriarch or sect master of a supreme sect or imperishable orthodoxy. Their strength was far above the supreme level. The current G family must treat such a figure with caution. They dared not be negligent. Soon, the white jade carriage sped over. It crossed thousands of miles and landed in front of the G family's mountain gate. The 9 flood dragons were like 9 majestic mountain ridges, emitting a monstrous aura and pressure. Just their eyes were like blood moons, filled with malevolence and savagery. Everyone in front of the G family's mountain gate had a drastic change in expression. They were very uneasy, and many of them were out of breath. They almost knelt down before the 9-headed Jiao dragon. This had nothing to do with seniority. It was just a natural reaction when facing a powerful opponent. There was no way to control it. I wonder which senior has come to my G family. Someone braced himself, plucked up his courage, walked forward, and asked cautiously. The rest of the Ji family members were also extremely cautious. They took out their Dharma artifacts, worried that the Ji family's enemies would come looking for them. Right when everyone was anxious while their thoughts ran wild, the curtain of the white jade carriage was opened, and a beautiful and extraordinary white-clothed figure walked out. Her expression was calm and indifferent, and she revealed an extraordinary bearing. "It's me," Su Chinga said. "Miss Qing Xian." When they saw Su Chinga, all the members of the Ji family were stunned. Then they let out a long sigh of relief. It was fine as long as it wasn't an enemy, but soon they reacted and were even more shocked. From the looks of it, Miss Ji Qing Xian should have come back with someone. Could it be a senior with profound cultivation? They looked at the white jade carriage curiously, wanting to know who Ji Qing Xian had come back with. However, the white jade carriage was obviously a powerful Dharma artifact. It was engraved with many array patterns that could block prying eyes. It was a world of its own. Don't think too much. The person in the carriage is young Master Changa. Quickly inform the elders that an important guest has come to the Ji family. Su Chinga knew what they were thinking and couldn't help but say. During this period of time, she had been living in the Ji family as Ji Qing Xian, so no one noticed anything unusual. What? Young Master Changa? Young Master Changa actually came to the Ji family personally? Hearing this, everyone in front of the Ji family's mountain gate was very shocked. Their eyes widened as they looked at the white carriage with disbelief. They even suspected that they had misheard. A figure like Gu Changa actually came to the Ji family personally today? After realizing this, their expressions changed drastically. They didn't dare to delay and turned into divine rainbows as they quickly returned to the family to report this matter. If it was really Gu Changa who came personally, he wasn't someone that the gatekeepers, were qualified to welcome. "This is the family that my younger sister has been living in. This is my first time coming here." The curtain of the white jade carriage was pulled open again. Ji Qing Xian walked over and seemed to be curious and exclaimed. She was wearing a purple dress, and her face was equally beautiful and delicate. It was as if she was carved out of the same mold as Su Chinga. Seeing this scene, the Ji family's people's eyes almost popped out. They couldn't believe it. There were two people who looked so similar in this world. They looked exactly the same. If Su Chinga wasn't standing in front of them, they might not be able to tell who was who. Before this, many people only heard that Ji Qing Xian had a twin sister, and that sister seemed to be Gu Changa's maid. Because of this, many of the Ji family's people who had made things difficult for Ji Qing Xian didn't dare to make things difficult for her anymore. They didn't expect to see Ji Qing Xuan's sister with their own eyes today. It seemed that the person in the white jade carriage was indeed Gu Changa. Thinking of this, everyone's expression became extremely respectful. They stood there and didn't dare to breathe. What the Ji family's people said just now is a bit interesting. In the white jade carriage, Gu Changa didn't appear. He looked a bit pensive. When his divine will swept over just now, he happened to hear the conversation of the Ji family's people. The Ji family's ancestor didn't die but was trapped somewhere. This news surprised him a bit. In terms of seniority, the human ancestor he killed in the human ancestor palace was half a generation younger than the Ji family's ancestor. The Ji family's ancestor was a very talented person. Ji Shangqiu was one of the most outstanding people after the Taboo era. Rumor has it that he passed away, but I didn't expect him to be trapped somewhere. Now it seems that the Ji family is planning to spread this news to get other orthodoxies to help. Gu Changa recalled the many records about the Ji family's ancestor in his mind. The Ji family's idea was good, but the Ji family's enemies might not want Ji Shangqiu to reappear in the world at this time. After all, the Ji family's ancestor was one of the most powerful people in the upper realm. His cultivation was unfathomable and unimaginable. If he regained control of the Ji family, it would inevitably affect the current situation in the upper realm. Moreover, as the former human ancestor, Guchanga didn't know how Ji Shengchu was related to the reincarnation of the human ancestor he killed, Jiangyang. Thinking of this, the best solution to this situation was to make Ji Shengchu disappear forever. Without Ji Shengchu, it would be easier for Ji Qingxian to control the Ji family, which would be more beneficial to Guchanga. However, in terms of righteousness, it's best for me to go with the flow and plan in secret. After all, if I rescue Ji Shengchu, I might be able to solve the current problem of Yin Extinction Heaven. Most of the orthodoxies in the upper realm understand this, and since they owe Ji Shengchu a favor, they might agree to help. Guchanga's eyes flickered slightly as he fell into deep thought. He believed that it wouldn't be long before the news of Ji Shengchu's imprisonment shocked the entire upper realm. When that time came, many bad guys would appear. Wouldn't this be an opportunity for him? While Guchanga was scheming in his heart, inside the Ji family's mountain gate, divine rainbows descended. In the distance, there was a golden path that extended into the depths of the Ji family's mountain gate. The current Ji family master, many of the Ji family's elders, and even the old antiques who came out because of Shang Luan's rescue of their ancestors, all rushed over to personally welcome Guchanga. To them, whether it was rescuing their ancestors or Guchanga's personal arrival, they had to be cautious and did not dare to relax. You've come at the right time. At this time, Guchanga sensed the fluctuation and also walked out of the carriage. Young Master Changa, it's an honor for the Ji family to travel hundreds of millions of miles to visit us. The Ji family master looked at Guchanga, who appeared in front of him, and said with slight respect. He was a middle-aged man with a dignified face. He looked extremely elegant, but there was a sense of pressure and oppression that was difficult to ignore. When his eyes opened and closed, there was a divine light and golden light lingering around him. Many of the Ji family's elders and antiques behind him also looked extremely solemn. After the end of the expedition in the 8 desolates and 10 regions, Guchanga's power in the upper realm had reached an unimaginable level. Even a group of elders like them did not dare to be arrogant in front of Guchanga. They had to treat him with respect. "You're too kind, Ji family master." Guchanga nodded slightly. His expression was gentle and natural, without the hostility that the Ji family was worried about. Everyone in the Ji family heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this. When they learned that Guchanga had personally come, everyone was shocked and even worried. The Ji family and Guchanga did not have a deep relationship. Previously, because of the search for the Sky Palm Tower, the Ji siblings offended Guchanga. Many of the Ji family's elders were worried that Guchanga would take revenge, so they took the initiative to give the Sky Palm Wheel to resolve the trouble. Many people looked at Su Qingga, who looked exactly like Ji Qingxian. While they were shocked, they were also guessing the purpose of Guchanga's visit. "May I know why young Master Changa has come to the Ji family today? If you need, the Ji family will fully cooperate." The Ji family master's eyes moved slightly. He glanced at Su Qingga and vaguely guessed Guchanga's purpose. However, he still took the initiative to ask. "I'm actually here this time to accompany Qingga." Hearing this, Guchanga smiled slightly. As he spoke, he gestured to Ji Qingxian and continued. "I think everyone in the Ji family already knows the relationship between Qingga and Qingxian. Qingga was brought up by me from the lower realm. She was separated from her mother when she was young and hasn't seen her mother for more than 20 years. I happened to have some time during this period, so I wanted to bring her to meet her biological mother. So it's about this." Hearing this, the expressions of many Ji family members changed slightly. They were a little worried that Guchanga would blame the Ji family because of this. Of course, they knew the relationship between Ji Qingxian and Su Qingga. Many elders even personally went to see Su Qingga in Chaos City. Su Qingga's mother, Ji Shui, fled to the lower realm to escape from the marriage and gave birth to Su Qingga there. After that, the Ji family powerhouses found out about this and went to the lower realm to capture her. Under the pleading of Su Qingga's mother, They finally let go of her daughter and husband in the lower realm. However, after returning to the upper realm, the Ji family found out that Su Chinga's mother was actually pregnant. As the family master, Ji Hao was Ji Shue's brother. Although he was angry, he didn't blame her anymore. Instead, he let her give birth to their daughter, Ji Qingxian. Therefore, Su Chinga's mother had been imprisoned all these years and couldn't leave the courtyard at all. After all, she had embarrassed the entire Ji family. Not killing her was already very merciful. Young Master Chang'e, don't worry. Since Chinga wants to see her mother, then let her see her. As her uncle, there's no reason for me not to see her. Although Ji Shue did something wrong back then, I'm sure she has thought it through after so many years. The Ji family master nodded and promised solemnly. He wasn't surprised by this. Ever since he saw Su Chinga beside Gu Chang'e, he guessed the purpose of Gu Chang'e's visit. From this, he could tell that Su Chinga seemed to be very favored by Gu Chang'e. Otherwise, with Gu Chang'e's status, why would he come here personally for such a small matter? He only needed to say one word, and who in the Ji family would dare to disobey him? Now, Ji Shue was a mother because of her daughter. With Su Chinga's relationship, who in the Ji family would dare to make things difficult for her? They couldn't wait to curry favor with her. Many elders and old antiques of the Ji family nodded at this moment, indicating that there was no problem and that they didn't dare to stop them. Even those who were very angry about this matter didn't dare to say anything now. Seeing this, Ji Qingshuan's expression was a little complicated. She still remembered how difficult the situation was for her and her mother in the Ji family. Many of the family members looked at them with disdain and couldn't wait for them to die. Because of this, she lived like walking on thin ice and was very careful. However, she couldn't avoid being used as a tool for the Ji family's marriage alliance. But now, Gu Chang'e only needed to say one word, and who in the Ji family would dare to make things difficult for them? This was the taste of power. After that, the people of the Ji family welcomed Gu Chang'e in. Many direct descendants also appeared and looked at this scene in shock. A beautiful girl in a light yellow dress was standing on top of a mountain peak. She had large eyes and a crafty expression on her face. She was looking at the scene on the other side of the mountain. Beside her was a very calm young man in a golden robe. Golden divine runes were flowing in his eyes, making him look like a young god. Brother, do you think Gu Chang'e really came to the Ji family just for Ji Qingshuan's mother? But my intuition tells me that it's not that simple. The girl in the light yellow dress shook her head gently and couldn't help but say, she was Ji Chuiwe. When she was looking for the heavenly palm tower, she had a lot of interactions with Gu Chang'e. The young man beside her was the young master of the Ji family, Ji Yaoxing. No matter what the reason is, it can't stop us from rescuing our ancestor. Even if Gu Chang'e is now omnipotent and has unparalleled power, he can't interfere in this matter. A person like him won't do anything stupid at such a juncture, Ji Yaoxing said calmly. His eyes flickered with a divine light, revealing his sharpness. We definitely have to save our ancestor. He has been trapped in Kuan Mountain for countless years. It wasn't easy for him to find an opportunity to tell me about this matter. We definitely have to save him. Ji Chuiwe nodded. Thinking of the experience some time ago, it still felt like a dream. Ancestor Ji Shangqiu was once called the human ancestor by countless living beings in the upper realm. He was a dazzling existence. The reclusive Ji family was also known as the human ancestor family. Unlike now, they were almost reduced to a second-rate family. However, Ji Chuiwe believed that everything would turn for the better after they saved their ancestor. Kuan Mountain was an extremely dangerous place in the upper realm. It was even called a forbidden zone for life, and also known as the Immortal King Mountain. Rumor had it that a long time ago, an extremely powerful immortal king had fallen there. His blood dyed the world red and illuminated the universe. Some time ago, she and a few others were trying to find a mountain treasure at the edge of Kuan Mountain. In the end, they suddenly heard their ancestor's summons. Ji Chuiwa was extremely shocked. After hearing her ancestor's summons, she was even more shocked. She did not dare to stay and hurriedly returned to the family to tell everything to the family leader and the elders. If we save our ancestor, our Ji family will recover its ancient glory. It's just a matter of time. Ji Chuiwa smiled. What kind of person was our ancestor? Even if he was trapped in Kuan Mountain, he was still at death's door for countless years. When mentioning their ancestor, Ji Yaoxing's face was filled with unconcealable reverence. But soon, something occurred to him. Frowning, he said, "Don't keep in touch with that so-called friend of yours for the time being. You know what happened on the Purple Mountain." Ji Chuiwa's face froze a little when she had heard that. She seemed very uneasy. "Elder brother, you know," she said timidly. "Of course I know. In order not to offend Gu Changa, I threw him out without any hesitation." "But you saved him at the auction house a few days ago," Ji Yaoxing said calmly. Ji Yaoxing said indifferently. His eyes were filled with indifference, as if everything was under his control. Ji Chuiwa was embarrassed. She explained and retorted, "I did that because I felt guilty. Besides, Jiang Qin did me a favor. He has the inheritance of a divine origin master. This time, at the edge of Kuan Mountain, if it weren't for him, I wouldn't have heard our ancestors' summons." Frowning, Ji Yaoxing said, "Don't forget that Jiang Qin regards Gu Changa as his enemy. As the princess of the Ji family, you should consider everything from your family's standpoint. What can befriending Jiang Qin bring you and your family? If you offend Gu Changa, what will happen to your family? I hope you can consider it carefully. You can make use of that Jiang Qin, but don't befriend him sincerely. He's not a good person. There's something disgusting about him." Ji Chuiwa's face froze when she heard her elder brother's words. She wanted to refute, but she couldn't find anything to say. She was a little unhappy. She thought Jiang Qin was a good guy. However, it was a pity that he had always regarded Gu Changa as his enemy and wanted to take revenge. Chapter 533. At the same time, in the main hall of the Ji family, many higher-ups and elders of the Ji family gathered. However, they were all very quiet and stood respectfully at the side. In the center, a haggard woman was reuniting with Su Chinga. Both of them looked sincere. Their eyes were red as they held each other's hands tightly, as if they were reuniting after a long time. This woman was naturally Su Chinga and Ji Qingshuan's mother, Ji Shui. She had been imprisoned all these years and was forbidden from leaving the courtyard. Today was the first time she left the courtyard. She was told that her other daughter was looking for her. This made Ji Shui so emotional that she almost cried. She didn't know that Ji Qingxian and Su Chinga had swapped identities. The two daughters looked exactly the same. As long as they studied each other's description and behavior, even she, as the biological mother, couldn't tell who was who. "I've heard your sister mention you before. You really look like her. It's been hard on you all these years." "I'm sorry." Ji Shui's eyes were red as she choked. She never thought that she would see the light of day again. She had never wished for such a thing, because she knew it was impossible. She was destined to die of old age in that quiet courtyard. Yet today, the entire clan had decided to cancel her punishment and even restore her former status. Ji Shui knew that this was all brought by her daughter, Su Chinga. To be exact, it was because of the young man beside her. Her daughter had an unimaginable backer. Even the Ji family had to take a step back in front of him. This made her feel gratified and bitter. If her daughter didn't meet Gu Changa, how much hardship would she have to suffer? "Young Master Changa, we have prepared a lunch banquet. After Chinga and Ji Shui are done with their mother-daughter relationship, we can eat." Ji Hao, the head of the Ji family, said respectfully. He now looked like a good uncle. Gu Changa nodded slightly and didn't refuse. If he didn't know about the relationship between Su Chinga and Ji Qingxian, even he would be fooled by Ji Qingshuan's acting. "On the way here, I heard that your Ji family's ancestor, Senior Ji Shengqiu, is currently trapped somewhere. Is this news true?" At this time, Gu Chang'e seemed to have thought of something, and could not help but raise his eyebrows as he asked unhurriedly. Hearing this, the expressions of the Ji family members in the main hall changed slightly. They did not expect Gu Chang'e to suddenly ask such a question. How did he get this information? One had to know that none of them had decided to spread the news. Where did young Lord Chang'e hear this news from? Regarding this matter, we still haven't decided whether or not we should inform the outside world. However, at this time, it wasn't appropriate for them to ask any questions. The Ji family's patriarch, Ji Hao, regained his composure and said, "Oh, then it seems that the news is true." Gu Chang'e nodded in understanding, then smiled faintly. Senior Ji Shengqiu's past deeds have earned this junior's admiration. Now that I hear that he is trapped somewhere, I can't help but feel a little worried. If the Ji family intends to rescue Senior Ji Shengqiu, this junior is willing to lead the Gu family to help. What? Hearing this, the Ji family members in the hall were stunned at first, then reacted. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Gu Chang'e was willing to help their ancestor? Would he be so kind? Many people were extremely shocked by this, but they felt that Gu Chang'e did not seem to be joking at this time. They could not help but show excitement and surprise on their faces. Even the head of the Ji family, Ji Hao, took a deep breath to calm himself down. But there was also a look of surprise on his face, and his voice trembled slightly. If young Lord Chang'e is willing to lend a hand, the Ji family will naturally be grateful. As long as Gu Chang'e said so, he could immediately order the clan to spread the news of their ancestor being trapped in Mount Kuan throughout the upper realm. Previously, they were worried that because of this matter, the enemies of the Ji family would come looking for them and join forces to attack them. Over the years, the Ji family had been weakening day by day. If many enemies attacked together, they might not be able to hold on before they could rescue their ancestor. That was why he hesitated. After all, there were pros and cons to this matter. However, after Gu Chang'e's words, the situation changed, and it gave Ji Hao a lot of confidence. After the entire Ji family had Gu Chang'e's help, it was an invisible deterrent to their enemies. There's no need for that. Senior Ji Shengqiu had made a great contribution to the upper realm and protected hundreds of millions of lives. Now that he's in trouble, as juniors, how can we not help? Gu Chang'e gently shook his head and smiled faintly. Hearing this, the Ji family members who had a good impression of Gu Chang'e because of what happened just now admired him even more. Such a righteous matter was said by Gu Chang'e, but it was understated and not worth paying attention to. They could only say that he was worthy of being young Lord Chang'e. His state of mind was far beyond their reach. Ji Chuiyue and Ji Yaoxing, who had just walked into the main hall, were stunned when they heard this, especially Ji Chuiyue. Her beautiful eyes stared blankly at Gu Chang'e. She could not imagine that this was what the Gu Chang'e she knew would say. In her impression, not only was Gu Chang'e powerful, but he was also very shrewd. He would not give up until he achieved his goal, and was very cold and ruthless. Previously, she was still worried that Gu Chang'e would very likely stop them from rescuing their ancestor. However, now Gu Chang'e was willing to take the initiative to help. Gu Chang'e's mind is indeed not something that I can fathom. Ji Yaoxing was also secretly shocked and very surprised. He guessed that Gu Chang'e would not interfere in this matter, but he did not expect that Gu Chang'e would be willing to help. No matter the reason, this was a great kindness to the entire Ji family, and it was worth remembering forever. Young Lord Chang'e's noble character and unquestionable integrity is truly admirable. Many of the Ji family's higher-ups and old antiques also spoke at this moment. Their expressions were much more respectful, and their words were also from the bottom of their hearts. Later, at the luncheon, Ji Hao and the others of the Ji family told Gu Chang'e in detail how they knew that the Ji family's ancestor was trapped in Mount Kuan. Mount Kuan was extremely famous in the entire upper realm. It was a place of death, and even supreme beings only dared to wander around the periphery. In the deeper parts of Mount Kuin, even a small puddle could contain endless dangers. After all, Mount Kuin was also known as the Immortal King Mountain. Legend had it that an immortal king had fallen there. Countless years had passed, and even a drop of the immortal king's blood contained unimaginable power, enough to obliterate everything. So Senior Ji Shangchu is trapped in Mount Kuin. After so many years, he's still alive. I can only say that he's worthy of being called a man. Gu Changa nodded in realization. He seemed to be somewhat impressed, but he was somewhat thoughtful in his heart. Although Mount Kuin was extremely dangerous, as the saying goes, misfortune and blessing go hand in hand. Naturally, there would be unimaginable opportunities. The Ji family's ancestor would not be trapped in Mount Kuin for no reason. Chapter 534. It's been countless years since our ancestor disappeared. If Chue didn't hear our ancestor summon this time, I'm afraid we wouldn't know that our ancestor was trapped in Mount Kuin. For so many years, we thought our ancestor had fallen. We didn't expect him to still be alive and trapped in Mount Kuin to be tortured. As a descendant, we know nothing about this. We are truly ashamed. We don't have the face to face ancestor Shangchu. In the Ji family's main hall, the banquet was halfway through. A lot of wine had been drunk, and some of the elders were dizzy. Their emotions were affected, and they said shamefully. Gu Changa sat comfortably and smiled faintly. Senior Ji Shangchu's cultivation base is profound. He has been trapped in Mount Kuin for so many years, and yet he still hasn't passed away. This proves everything. If we can rescue Senior Ji Shangchu this time, wouldn't it be a good deed for the upper realm? Hearing this, everyone in the hall trembled, and joy appeared on their faces. They naturally knew what this meant. One must know that the current upper realm was troubled by the disaster of Een Extinction Heaven, and there was nothing they could do. After all, their ancestor was in existence, known as the human ancestor. When he recovered to his peak, he could sit in the Ji family and wait for the various orthodoxies of the upper realm to worship him. How glorious would that scene be? They could not help but feel a surge of emotion as they imagined it. Young Lord Changa is right. With our ancestor around, our Ji family will not have to worry about not being able to restore our ancient glory. The Ji family head, Ji Hao, drank a few cups of wine. His dignified face showed a rare joy. As he spoke, he glanced at Su Chinga and Ji Qingxian, who were standing behind Gu Changa. It was hard to tell who was the elder sister and who was the younger sister. He could not help but ask, "Young Lord Changa, what do you think of Qingxian?" In terms of identity, although he was Ji Qingshuan's uncle, he rarely cared about her all these years, let alone take care of her. However, at this time he must act like an uncle, afraid that Gu Changa would think that he had mistreated Ji Qingxian all these years. Qingxian is quite smart, very likable, Gu Changa said with a faint smile. While speaking, he glanced at Su Chinga beside him. Su Chinga lowered her eyes and appeared to be very quiet. She did not speak much and was now playing the role of Ji Qingxian. A look of joy appeared on Ji Hao's face as he hurriedly nodded his head and said, "Qingxian is indeed a smart girl since she was young. She also does things reasonably and efficiently." At this moment, the rest of the elders could not hide their joy. Although Su Chinga was Gu Changa's maidservant, her surname was not Ji after all. In their eyes, she was no different from an outsider. However, Ji Qingxian was different. She was a direct descendant of the Ji family and grew up in the 630 Ji family. If she could be like her sister and catch Gu Changa's eye, it would naturally be a great thing for the entire Ji family. In today's upper realm, was there anyone more reliable than Gu Changa? Chui Yao Xing, then Ji Hao called his son and daughter, Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chui, over. The two of them had been in contact with Gu Changa before. However, this time he suddenly came to the Ji family, and they had not come to greet him. Therefore, in Ji Hao's opinion, it was better to take this opportunity to build a good relationship with Gu Changa. On the other hand, the Ji family master, Ji Hao, also had his own thoughts. In terms of appearance, his daughter, Ji Chuiwe, was not inferior to Ji Qingxian and Su Qing at all. After all, Ji Qingxian was only his niece, and Ji Chuiwe was his daughter. Ji Chuiwe was wearing a light yellow dress. She was tall and slender, and her face was beautiful. Her eyes were sparkling with craftiness, and she was surrounded by the spirit of heaven and earth like an elf. Chuiwe greets young Master Chang'e. She blinked her eyes and bowed to Gu Chang'e. Beside Ji Chuiwe, Ji Yaoxing was wearing a golden robe. His expression was calm, but at this moment he also cupped his hands and said, Yao Xing greets young Master Chang'e. In the Purple Mountain, they had gone to look for the whereabouts of the Sky Palm Tower without telling Gu Chang'e, and they had offended Gu Chang'e. Later, they had given him the Sky Palm Wheel, which the Ji family had obtained with great difficulty, to solve this problem. You don't need to be so polite. Speaking of which, in the Purple Mountain, it was thanks to you that I was able to find the Sky Palm Tower. Gu Chang'e nodded, slightly with a smile on her face. Ji Chuiwe and Ji Yaoxing felt awkward. They were embarrassed. If Chunning had not been following them secretly, the restriction outside the Purple Mountain would not have been broken by Gu Chang'e so easily. Of course, they had to thank Jiangqin for this. Young Master Chang'e, you are so generous. You don't care about my sisters and my mistakes. Now, you are even willing to help the Ji family. I'm truly ashamed, Ji Yaoxing said with a guilty look on his face. It's just a small matter. Don't worry about it. Gu Chang'e waved his hand casually. He did not care at all. In his opinion, Ji Yaoxing was a smart man who would achieve great things. It could be seen from the fact that he had abandoned Jiangqin without hesitation. Such a man knew what he should do at the right time. Even if Gu Chang'e had not asked, Ji Yaoxing would have given up the position of the Ji family's lord to Ji Qingxian. In the next few days, the news that the Ji family's ancestor, Ji Shangchu, had not died spread all over the East Ascension heaven, as if it had grown wings. It caused a great sensation in the upper realm. Many imperishable sects and supreme orthodoxies were shocked and could not believe it. The Ji family's ancestor, Ji Shangchu, was a man from countless years ago. He had been called the human ancestor. Later, he had founded the Ji family. Such a person was also extremely outstanding in that era. However, for some unknown reason, he suddenly disappeared without a trace. Many people thought that he had passed away, which led to the gradual decline of the Ji family. Now, they had suddenly heard that the Ji family's ancestor had not died, but had been trapped in Mount Kuan. Many people were petrified. They opened their eyes wide. They could not believe it. How many years had the Ji family's ancestor been trapped in Mount Kuan? They were afraid he had been trapped in there for several eras. This news was absolutely true. It had been told by an old man of the Ji family. It was so shocking that the upper realm was shocked. At this moment, almost no force or orthodoxy could sit still. After all, the Ji family's ancestor was a peerless man from countless years ago, standing at the peak of the upper realm. He had been trapped in Mount Kuan all these years. Did that mean he had been trapped in Mount Kuan for at least several eras, or even longer? As to how the Ji family's ancestor had been trapped in Mount Kuan, no one knew. Whatever the reason was, the news that the Ji family's ancestor was still alive was shocking enough. After all, he had been called the human ancestor. When this news spread across the upper realm, many imperishable sects and supreme Taoist orthodoxies were the first to react. Some orthodoxies who had a grudge against the reclusive Ji family could not sit still. They were worried that the Ji family's ancestor would start to deal with them after he was freed. Then, another news was even more shocking. The Ji family planned to rescue their ancestor, so they sent many powerhouses to Mount Kuan. However, before they could get close to Mount Kuan, they were met with an inexplicable formation pattern. All of them were turned into dust and disappeared. This shocked many orthodoxies who had been paying attention to this matter. Mount Kuan was a dangerous place. Even supreme beings did not dare to go there. There were many stories of those who had achieved the Tao and lost their lives there. Now, it seemed that the Ji family's plan to rescue their ancestor was not going to be easy. The Ji family's ancestor, Ji Shangqiu, was a person who had made great contributions to the world. The other orthodoxies are not going to help at this time. I think it won't be long before all the imperishable sects and supreme Taoist orthodoxies in the upper realm gather here. After all, there's a real human ancestor living in Mount Kuan. Within the various ancient cities, there were cultivators and creatures that were discussing this matter. This place was bustling with activity, continuously discussing, expressing their own opinions. In their opinion, Ji Shangqiu was not only the Ji family's ancestor, but also the human ancestor in the eyes of countless living beings in the upper realm. Now that he was facing a crisis and was trapped in Mount Kuan, those orthodoxies who had been indebted to him would definitely help him. Moreover, on the other hand, if Ji Shangqiu was rescued, the Yinde's calamity in the upper realm could be easily solved. With this in mind, many orthodoxies were waiting to see what the upper realm's attitude towards the Ji family's ancestor being trapped was. During this time, the Ji family had also mobilized their own forces and asked for help from those who were on good terms with the Ji family, especially those who had been taken care of by Ji Shangqiu. Then, another piece of news spread from the Ji family, which shocked everyone and caused a huge commotion. Gu Chang'e planned to lead many powerhouses of the Gu family to help the Ji family break through Mount Kuan and rescue their ancestor, Ji Shangqiu. This news shocked many of the imperishable sects and supreme orthodoxies. They found it hard to believe. Logically speaking, the longevity Gu family and the Ji family did not have a close relationship. Why did Gu Chang'e want to do this? Could it be that he was warm-hearted? Or did he just want to help the Ji family's ancestor escape? However, this was very different from the Gu Chang'e they knew. On the other hand, after seeing that the Ji family had received Gu Chang'e's help, many of those who were hostile to the Ji family quietly restrained themselves. With this confidence, the Ji family received help from many orthodoxies and began to mobilize their resources in preparation for their first attack on Mount Kuan. In an instant, the entire upper realm was in turmoil again. Many orthodoxies had their eyes set on Mount Kuan. Mount Kuan was an extremely famous place with no life in the upper realm. However, from the outside, it was green with clouds and rosy clouds, showing a sense of simplicity and vicissitudes of life. Rosy clouds rose and colorful mists swirled. It was gorgeous. Many majestic and terrifying demonic mountains stood in the depths. They were majestic as if they had been there since the beginning of the world. Around Mount Kuan, there was a layer of chaotic mist that could not be sunk. There were faint traces of blood intertwined and reflected in it, as if it was telling the world that something horrible had happened here. Those who had attained the Tao had died in a bloodbath, and the true immortal realm was difficult to achieve. At the foot of Mount Kuan, there was an ancient city called Kuan Wu City. It covered a territory of millions of miles. It was grand and prosperous, and it was extremely vast and ancient. It had existed for a long time. During this period, Kuan Wu City was bustling with people. Every day, divine rainbows could be seen flying in from all directions. Many cultivators and living beings rushed over from all over the world when they heard that the Ji family's ancestor was trapped in Mount Kuan. They had a feeling that something extraordinary would happen at Mount Kuan soon. A living human ancestor was now trapped in Mount Kuan. The commotion caused by this news was earth-shattering. No force could remain calm, other than the sect leaders, elders, and other figures from the various large sects who had arrived on clouds. Even many of the younger generation had gathered together, intending to observe this matter. Mount Kuan was also known as the Immortal King Mountain. Opportunities and dangers coexisted. There was once someone who picked a red grass outside Mount Kuan. After swallowing it, his cultivation base increased greatly. He traveled thousands of miles in a day and later became a boundary emperor. Some people said that the grass absorbed the blood of an immortal king. Although it was very likely that it was only 1 in a billion, it was still extremely rare and priceless. There were quite a few divine objects like this. Every day in Kuin-Wu City, cultivators could be seen going to the periphery of Mount Kuin to search for treasures. Even some strangely shaped stones contained special Taoist rhymes and were very valuable. Some merchant alliance forces even set up stone gambling dens in Kuin-Wu City. Those rare stones were all taken from the periphery of Mount Kuin. Some powerful beings even risked their lives to carry them out. They were very valuable and unimaginable. Among those rare stones, some people even found supreme scriptures, rare immortal ores, and even a drop of blood that was sealed. Just the aura that it emitted caused the sky within thousands of miles to change drastically. Even the stars in outer space were trembling. That mysterious drop of blood was finally bought by a force at a sky-high price. It was said that they even created a peerless genius, but he disappeared for unknown reasons. In short, Mount Kuin contained all kinds of mysterious fortunes. Even some people who had attained Tao were able to prolong their lives and alleviate the 5 decay of heavenly beings because of some divine objects in Mount Kuin. Buzz! The sky trembled. Many dazzling ancient warships and divine carriages came from afar. They were like small suns descending on Kuin-Wu City, causing quite a commotion. That's divine son Tian Join of the Taiyin sect. Some people were shocked as they recognized a young man who walked out of the ancient warship. He looked feminine, but there seemed to be bright moons floating behind him. It said that he looks like a woman and has the Taiyin divine body. Now he's already at the middle stage of the saint realm and is invincible. I heard that he killed a supreme saint ferocious beast with ease some time ago. His Taiyin divine body is already at the initial success stage. Many cultivators in Kuin-Wu City whispered as they stared at the young man in front of them. Kuin-Wu City was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Almost every day, young supreme beings from various clans could be seen arriving. Apart from those elusive sect masters of the great sects, these young supreme beings were the most eye-catching. Boom! At this moment, a fluctuation came from another direction. A very tall, white jade airship flew over and landed here. An ancient and grand aura filled the air. That's a member of the reclusive, tranquil tribe. I heard that the descendant of the reclusive, tranquil tribe is very mysterious. He has never been in the world, but his strength is unimaginable. I wonder if we can meet the descendant of the reclusive, tranquil tribe this time. This immediately caused quite a commotion. Many cultivators were shocked as they stared at that white jade airship. Apart from the reclusive, tranquil tribe, many young supreme beings had already shown themselves. Even 6 Crown King, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, and the others had shown themselves. It could be said that this time, Mount Kuin attracted the attention of the entire upper realm. Many young cultivators came from Kuin-Wu City. Many cultivators and creatures were looking forward to it. They felt that before the various orthodoxies came to rescue the Ji family's ancestor, there would be a great clash between the younger generation here. Did you guys notice that the girl in green who just walked in from outside the city looked a bit familiar? At this moment, a cultivator suddenly spoke. His eyes widened as he looked in the direction of the city gate. However, that girl in green's figure only flashed for a moment before disappearing. It was as if he was hallucinating. I think it's the little princess of the Gu family. I didn't expect her to come as well. A cultivator on the other side was also a bit surprised. Seems like Kuin-Wu City will be very lively this time. Chapter 535. Kuin-Wu City was not far from Mount Kuin. As long as one looked from the city wall, one could see a mountain range shrouded in chaotic fog. Towering over the clouds, it was magnificent and majestic. It was misty there. One could not see clearly at all. It was more like an ancient land that had existed since the beginning of the world. It was mysterious and vast. Even from a long distance away, a terrifying pressure that made one's heart tremble could be felt, and it was enough to shake one's soul. Streaks of divine lights or divine rainbows swept across the sky and landed from the distant world. They rushed to Kunwu City. These days, too many big shots had come to Kunwu City. One could even hit an elder of an imperishable sect with a stone thrown in the city. Many practitioners even sensed the fluctuation of some powerful doctrine attainment artifact. It flashed in Kunwu City. It was really scary. Those who had come to help the Ji family even brought doctrine attainment artifacts to attack Mount Kun. Such a move was so rare that it shocked the whole world. It was rare to see such a thing in the past few eras. The upper realms had sent troops to attack the 10 desolation fields, but that was the power of a whole realm. Now they were facing Mount Kun, a forbidden land for life. As to whether there were any supreme creatures in Mount Kun, it had always been a mystery, because none of the practitioners or creatures who had entered Mount Kun had come back alive. If they could save the Ji family's ancestor this time, they would break the precedent. At this moment, in a stone gambling den in Kunwu City, a young man in disguise was with a monk. He glanced at the stones from time to time, as if they were discussing something. The young man was good-looking. He was tall and straight. He had an air that was totally different from others. As for the monk beside him, although he looked kind and amiable, he gave off an uneasy feeling. Mr. Jiangqin, you are a divine origin master's descendant. You should know what is hidden in these strange stones, don't you? The two were Jiangqin and Monk Pudu. The one who spoke was Monk Pudu. He said with a smile, when his eyes swept over the many strange stones in the stone gambling den, there was a gleam in his eyes. Jiangqin looked natural and calm. Nodding, he said, of course. The general trend of heaven and earth, the evolution of mountains and rivers, and so on were all within the scope of the creation, immortal boats, deduction, and exploration. Although he could not directly see what was hidden in those strange stones, he could not directly see through them. However, he could sense the rarity of the items within. Not to mention that during this period of time, he had become more familiar with the cooperation between him and the vessel's spirit. He could even activate part of the vessel's power. The stone gambling den in front of him seemed to be tailor-made for him. That's good. I'll be in charge of buying the raw gemstones. Mr. Jiangqin, you'll be in charge of the selection. Mr. Jiangqin, you and I will share it equally. What do you think? Monk Pudu could not help but say with a smile after getting Jiangqin's assurance. It was a stark contrast to his amiable image. Jiangqin didn't hesitate at all. He nodded and agreed right away. He and Monk Pudu were old acquaintances. Naturally, he wouldn't doubt Monk Pudu's character. Of course, there was also another layer of relationship. He was indeed embarrassingly short of money now, and most of his money had been used to purchase cultivation resources. And the raw gemstones here were very expensive. Since they were mined near Mount Kun, they were much more expensive than the raw gemstones in other ancient cities. Then the two squeezed past the practitioners in front of them. They walked up to the taller pavilion of the stone gambling den. Monk Pudu was obviously a regular customer of the stone gambling den. He knew the raw gemstones in the lower pavilion were actually from the periphery of Mount Kun. Very few of them were precious. Soon, the two arrived at the third floor of the pavilion. It was quite spacious and full of colorful fog. It was a totally different world. The raw gemstones placed everywhere were also emitting colorful lights. Some of the raw gemstones were even vibrating. The practitioners here were much better than those on the lower floors in terms of temperament and cultivation. Apparently, they had great backgrounds. Jiangqin even saw many disciples of the imperishable sects. Shrouded in brilliant lights, they looked extraordinary. Mr. Jiangqin, feel free to choose. Choose whichever one you like. Monk Pudu showed a smile after arriving here. Apparently, he trusted Jiangqin a lot. Jiangqin did not waste time. His eyes were shining. He was talking to the weapon spirit of the celestial boat of fortune in his mind while looking for the raw gemstones here. Lil Chinzi, choose that one. Yeah, the biggest one in the center. The weapon spirit of the celestial boat of fortune urged him. Jiang Qin nodded. He laid his eyes on the biggest primordial stone in the center of the third floor. It was as big as several people's arms. It was uneven and had many lumps on it. Compared to the other primordial stones, which were shining brightly, it looked much worse than the others. I want this one, Jiang Qin said calmly. He pointed at the raw gemstone without any hesitation. Hearing his words, many people here turned their attention over, and their expressions were somewhat strange. They had glanced at Jiang Qin and Monk Pudu when they had come in. They did not know them, so they did not pay much attention to them. They had thought it would take them a while to choose, but Jiang Qin chose the biggest raw gemstone after only one look. This shocked them a little, and then they couldn't help but laugh. In their eyes, this was more than a little stupid. He was like a layman who didn't know anything. Where did this fool come from? Did he think he could get something good from the biggest one? Even Elder Emo shook his head and said he could not see through that raw gemstone. I can't believe he wants to buy it. Some people could not help but shake their heads in a sarcastic manner. Elder Mo was a famous original master in the nearby stone gambling den. He had great attainments, but even he could not see through this raw gemstone. As a result, this raw gemstone had gradually become an object that no one cared about. It had been sitting there for several years. Young master, are you sure you want to buy this one? However, the shopkeeper in charge of this place was pleasantly surprised. However, no matter whether Jiang Qin understood it or not, in his eyes, Jiang Qin was a fool who had sent himself to his doorstep. How could he not rip him off? This raw gemstone had been sitting there for so many years, but no one had ever asked about it. That day, a fool had finally come. Of course, Jiang Qin said calmly. Jiang Qin said calmly. He looked calm and indifferent, as if he wasn't surprised by the crowd's reaction. How many spiritual stones? Monk Pudu was puzzled, too, but he trusted Jiang Qin very much. He took out his sumru ring directly. 300,000 spiritual stones, the shopkeeper said, smiling. Jiang Qin showed a sarcastic look when he had seen the shopkeeper's expression. He thought to himself, you'll cry later. Monk Pudu agreed readily. He took out 300,000 spiritual stones to buy this raw gemstone. Young master, let's make a deal. Once you buy it, no matter what you get from it, it will have nothing to do with our stone gambling den. Don't regret it. The shopkeeper was worried Jiang Qin would regret it, so he explained to him kindly, Cut the crap. Cut it now. Jiang Qin said calmly. He looked impatient. Seeing this, the rest of the people gathered around immediately. They looked interested. They hadn't expected Jiang Qin to really buy the stone. This guy looked not only stupid, but also rich. Although there were many disciples of big sects here, not many of them could afford 300,000 spiritual stones. 300,000 spiritual stones, tut, tut, tut. If he gets nothing, he'll cry later. Many people watched with interest and a hint of mockery. Then the cultivator in charge of cutting the stone carefully peeled off the layers of stone on the surface of the origin stone. A mysterious fluctuation suddenly filled the pavilion. Everyone's expression changed slightly at this moment. They were no longer as casual and contemptuous as before. Some old men, including the shopkeeper, even looked over seriously. In the next moment, a rich crimson light suddenly burst out from within, accompanied by an aura that made one's pores open up. That's Blood King Ginseng. It's at least 1,000,000 years old. Someone exclaimed, opening his eyes wide. 1,000,000-year-old Blood King Ginseng was a divine herb that even prospective Supreme Venerables coveted. It was extremely rare. It was worth at least 1,000,000 spiritual stones. The shopkeeper's expression changed slightly. He found it hard to believe. Although he did not cry, he felt sad. 300,000 spiritual stones for a million-year-old blood king ginseng. It's not a bad deal. She begged for fresh flowers. Jiang Qin said calmly. He shook his head slightly. Seeing this, people in the stone gambling den did not dare look down on Jiang Qin anymore. However, some people were still not convinced. They thought Jiang Qin was just lucky. It's Blood King ginseng. Did someone cut it out here? At this moment, a few young men and women walked over from the pavilion. They looked extraordinary. They had a doctrine charm. Their clothes were embroidered with the symbol of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals. It was a young woman who spoke. She was very pretty. Her hair was as long as the clouds. Her skin was fair and smooth. Her legs were longer than average women's. Wearing a white dress, she looked cold and otherworldly, like an otherworldly fairy. Jiang Chen's body stiffened when he heard the familiar voice. The calm expression disappeared from his face. He looked back in disbelief. He laid his eyes on the young woman walking over from the pavilion. Ruoyin? Why was she here? Jiang Chen was excited. He was trembling slightly. He had not expected to run into Xiao Ruoyin here after so many days. However, since he had changed his appearance, Xiao Ruoyin would not recognize him. Jiang Chen was a little disappointed, but he calmed down. He knew it was not the right time to meet Xiao Ruoyin. Do we know each other? Xiao Ruoyin felt that the young man who was staring at her seemed to be somewhat familiar, but she couldn't put her finger on it. No, this is the first time I've seen you, fairy, Jiang Qin said, shaking his head, smiling. Xiao Ruoyin did not care about this. Laying her eyes on the Blood King ginseng in Jiang Chen's hand, she asked, Did you cut this Blood King ginseng? She remembered her master, Yan Ji, was a prospective supreme venerable. She supposed the Blood King ginseng would be useful to her. Yes, we hit it off at first sight. If you want it, I can give it to you as a gift. Jiang Qin said with a smile, as if the Blood King ginseng in his hand was a common cabbage. He could tell Xiao Ruoyin wanted the Blood King ginseng very much. At such a critical moment, he was going to give the Blood King ginseng to Xiao Ruoyin without Monk Pudu's permission. In his opinion, Monk Pudu would not care about such things. Many people on the third floor turned pale. After all, this was a Blood King ginseng, which was worth more than 1,000,000 spiritual stones. Jiang Chen was going to give it to a woman he had just met, although this woman was so beautiful that she did not look like a woman from the human world. Monk Pudu also frowned slightly, but he didn't say anything at this time. He felt like he had seen Xiao Ruoyin before. Jiang Qin seemed to have been paying attention to this woman when they were in the Great Void Divine Tomb. So the two were old friends. However, since Jiang Qin had changed his appearance, Xiao Ruoyin could not recognize him. Xiao Ruoyin was also surprised that this somewhat familiar man was going to give the Blood King ginseng to her directly. His intention was too obvious. She frowned slightly. With her current status in the Palace of Heavenly Tao, of course she could afford the spiritual stones to buy a Blood King ginseng. Young master, I appreciate your kindness, but I can afford the spiritual stones to buy a Blood King ginseng. Just state your price, Xiao Ruoyin said in a cold voice, shaking her head to refuse him. Only then did Jiang Qin realize what he had done was a little too abrupt. He touched his nose, embarrassed. Tut, tut, tut. Another toad lusting after a swan. I advise you to take a piss and look at yourself. Don't even think about it. Apprentice Sister Ruoyin is with young Lord Chang'e. Seeing this, the young men and women behind Xiao Ruoyin could not help but burst into laughter. They spoke in a sarcastic tone. Apparently, this was not the first time they had seen such a scene. Don't talk nonsense. If young Master Gu hears this, he'll probably laugh at my wishful thinking. Xiao Ruoyin blushed. She could not help but roll her eyes at her sibling companions behind her. Seeing this, Jiang Chen's face stiffened. His face turned pale. He tightened his grip on the ginseng. Ordinary. Chapter 536. Xiao Ruoyin was definitely at the top of the list of people Jiang Qin missed and worried about the most. Even his good friend Niu Tian was not as good as Xiao Ruoyin. That was why Jiang Qin had been so excited when he had seen Xiao Ruoyin. He had almost recognized her as his friend. The Blood King ginseng was precious and priceless. But in Jiang Qin's eyes, it was not as good as Xiao Ruoyin's smile. However, what he had done was too abrupt. Xiao Ruoyin did not like him at all. Instead, she took him for an impulsive man. Jiang Qin was annoyed by his stupidity. He wished he could slap himself. He was just about to open his mouth to explain when he suddenly heard the words of his fellow disciples behind Xiao Ruoyin. It simply made him almost spit out a mouthful of blood, and his expression became even more gloomy. It would have been better if they had not mentioned Gu Chang'e. As soon as they mentioned Gu Chang'e, Jiang Qin could not hold back his hatred and anger. He could not help but recall how Gu Chang'e had killed Niu Tian and the others in the territory of the ancient country of Vermilion Bird. Gu Chang'e was only wearing a disguise. Poor Xiao Ruoyin still thought Gu Chang'e was a good person. She could not see his true face. She admired Gu Chang'e very much. Jiang Qin really wanted to reveal his true identity and tell Xiao Ruoyin everything, but he did not have the nerve. In Kuinwu City, as big as it was, numerous forces and orthodoxies were trying to curry favor with Gu Chang'e. If he had the nerve to tell Xiao Ruoyin what he had done, many people would come to him for trouble. So Jiang Qin had to swallow his anger, even though he was very aggrieved. "Miss, if you want the Blood King ginseng, give me 1,000,000 spiritual stones in exchange for it." Monk Pudu seemed to have seen through Jiang Qin's embarrassment. He smiled slightly and walked up to him. He patted Jiang Qin's shoulder to help him out. Then he said to Xiao Ruoyin and the others. At the moment, the people on the third floor were still shocked by Xiao Ruoyin's words. They could not understand what was going on. Then they sized up Xiao Ruoyin and the others. After all, Gu Chang'e was involved. It looked like this white-clothed woman was close to Gu Chang'e. Palace of Heavenly Tao. No wonder. Many people became serious. Not until then did it occur to them that Gu Chang'e's other identity. The Palace of Tao's Palace of Tao. The best candidate to be the next palace master. Since this young lady knows young Master Chang'e, this old man will take this Blood King ginseng for 1,000,000 spirit stones. But I can't use it with my current cultivation. Why don't I take this opportunity to give it to you as a gift? Let's build a good relationship. At this moment, a white-haired, haggard old man spoke. He had been standing in a corner, so he did not look surprised at all. His eyes lit up. Then he said with a smile. While speaking, he took out 1,000,000 spiritual stones without hesitation. The spirit of the universe was shining brightly. He was going to exchange for the Blood King ginseng. Seeing this scene, the expressions of many people in the pavilion changed drastically. "Old Dog Wu, you are smart. You have a good vision." Some people couldn't help but curse him. They regretted that they hadn't said so earlier. Although it was painful to spend 1,000,000 spiritual stones, it meant something else. After all, the woman had a close relationship with Gu Chang'e. It was obvious that she could get in touch with Gu Chang'e. Therefore, if they could enter Gu Chang'e's field of vision, it would be more worth it than anything else. 1,000,000 spiritual stones was nothing to them. Xiao Ruoyin was also shocked. Apparently, she hadn't expected anyone to buy the Blood King ginseng at such a high price just to give it to her. This was too dreamy. Even Jiang Qin and Monk Pudu were a little bit stunned. Of course, Xiao Ruoyin knew it was because Gu Chang'e had been mentioned in the sibling disciples' conversation. After all, she was from the modern world. She was very flexible. She figured it out almost immediately. These people wanted to please her so that they could get in touch with Gu Chang'e. Young Master Gu is just a title, but they are so... If he was here in person, I wonder how big of a disturbance he would cause. Xiao Ruoyin's eyes lit up. She couldn't stop imagining things. She was actually a woman who knew how to take advantage of her advantages. Therefore, after inexplicably arriving in this bizarre fantasy world, the first thing she did was to ensure her own safety. After her safety was guaranteed, she gradually adapted to this world. Then she learned about Gu Changa's amazing identity and status. She knew she had to find a way to get Gu Changa's protection if she wanted to stay in this world for a long time. So, when she was in the palace of Heavenly Immortal, she often mentioned to others, intentionally or unintentionally, how she had talked with Gu Changa all night. Besides, it was Gu Changa who had sent her to the palace of Heavenly Immortal in person. Over time, many elders and disciples believed Xiao Ruoyin was actually Gu Changa's woman. Even the elders had to treat Xiao Ruoyin with caution. They didn't dare slight her. Of course, Xiao Ruoyin was smart. She knew there was a limit to everything. She was worried Gu Changa would be unhappy when he learned about this. So, every time people misunderstood the relationship between her and Gu Changa, she would always try to explain. It seemed to work, but in fact, the more she explained, the worse it would get. In the eyes of others, her explanation was only because she was shy, and this was the effect that Xiao Ruoyin wanted. Sometimes, she even wanted to let all the orthodoxies in the upper realm know about it. She, Xiao Ruoyin, was Gu Changa's woman. Miss, I heard from the servants that in one of the Merchant Alliance's stone gambling houses, someone has cut out 1,000,000-year-old blood ginseng. At the same time, in a magnificent palace deep in Kuinwu City, a woman with a gentle face and natural charm was supporting her delicate chin. She was listening to the report outside the palace as if she was in a trance. Behind her, 9 snow-white and fluffy fox tails swayed from time to time. A slender and fair hand gently brushed past, causing her to squint her eyes lazily and comfortably. 1,000,000-year-old blood ginseng. If it was in the past, it would be enough to alarm many old antiques. However, after hearing the report outside the palace, Inmei shook her head lightly. She did not seem to care much. But now, all the orthodoxies in Kuinwu City are involved. 1,000,000-year-old blood ginseng is not worth mentioning. Ask someone to find out who cut it out. Gu Changa put down his teacup, but he seemed to be deep in thought. He had a feeling that he was going to meet an old acquaintance. Yes, young master. Inmei got up and walked out of the palace. Qingxian, what do you think the chances of your Ji family rescuing the ancestor this time? After Inmei left, Gu Changa suddenly smiled faintly and asked Su Chinga, who was behind him. After leaving the Ji family, he came to Kuinwu City immediately, but he did not attract the attention of others. Ji Qingxian, on the other hand, returned to the chaotic galaxy. At that moment, it was Su Chinga who was with him. She was the Ji family's precious daughter, Ji Qingxian in everyone's eyes. If young Lord Changa can help us, the chances will be much higher. Su Chinga was struck dumb. Apparently, she had not expected Gu Changa to ask her such a question all of a sudden. However, her answer was watertight. Gu Changa smiled faintly and did not ask more questions. Su Chinga was the true inheritor of the demon method, while Jiang Qin, the son of good fortune, was the inheritor of the demon seed created by Gu Changa himself. They were both in Kuinwu City. It would be more lively in the following days. In the gambling stone house, although Xiao Ruoyin had declined several times, she still got the blood ginseng in the end, and it did not cost her a single spiritual stone. A very wizened old man said. Although he felt the pinch, he still had a smile on his face. He felt that the 1,000,000 spirit stones were well spent. He got the blood ginseng in this place today. I don't know whether it's his luck or his ability. Some disciples of the palace of heavenly Tao fixed their gazes on Jiang Qin. They looked at him curiously. Jiang Qin had calmed down by then. He knew he had to find another way to let Xiao Ruoyin see Gu Changa's true face. Then Jiang Qin glanced at Xiao Ruoyin. He communicated with the immortal boat of nature's vessel's spirit in his mind. Then he started to choose the raw gemstones. Since even Xiao Ruoyin could not see through his true identity by then, there was nothing for him to worry about. By then, all the heavens in the upper realm were paying attention to him. Kunwu City was the center of attention. It was a good chance for him to make a name for himself. Today's gambling stone house is my chance, Jiang Chen thought to himself. Soon, when the crowd was shocked and petrified, many brilliant lights shone on this place. The raw gemstones in Jiang Chen's hand started to emit their original brilliance. All kinds of rare divine objects were cut out of them. There were even some extremely rare fragments of immortal crystals in the end. They were so dense that many of the older generations' eyes turned red. Apparently, it was not luck that Jiang Chen got the blood ginseng, but he had the ability to do so. Is this the reappearance of a legendary divine origin master? He looks for heaven and earth to settle the universe and explores yin and yang to go to the underworld, an old man said in a trembling voice. He suddenly recalled something. He could not believe it. Young man, who are you? You're 4. 9 is even better than the most accomplished divine origin masters in Kunwu City. Everyone here was shocked as they watched this scene, especially the various divine objects that were cut out from the origin stones. They were almost speechless. Streaks of dazzling radiance illuminated the entire area resplendently. Xiao Ruoyin was also surprised. She did not expect this man, who seemed familiar to her, to cut out so many divine objects in such a short time. Each of them was very valuable. Some of them even had special effects. Many practitioners would fight for them. Can he see through the mysterious objects hidden in the raw gemstones? Many people stared at Jiang Chen, not even blinking. Xiao Ruoyin's look changed slightly. She knew a little about the raw gemstones in the gambling stone house. She knew these raw gemstones were contaminated by the energy of special rules. Practitioners could not figure out what was hidden in them with holy awareness at all. At this moment, even supreme venerables, prospective emperors, or doctrine achievers might not be able to figure out what was hidden in these raw gemstones. However, Jiang Chen seemed to know what was hidden in each raw gemstone. He was very precise. He had never made a mistake. Very soon, the news spread like wildfire, causing a huge commotion in a small area. Chapter 537. Kunwu City had attracted many practitioners from all over the world. One of its features was that the primordial stones from Mount Kun had been soaked in the energy of a special rule. All kinds of rare treasures could be found in them. Even many old antiques from the upper realm often visited the city, hoping to see some holy objects that could prolong their lives. As a result, original masters were highly respected in Kunwu City. Even some supreme venerables had to be polite when they asked original masters to look at their stones. They did not dare offend them. The inheritance of original masters was extremely weird. Their strength could not even be defined by their state. That day, they had found many holy objects in the stone gambling den of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Doctrines. They had even found some holy herbs that were so rare that they had gone extinct. The news spread quickly. It caused an uproar in a small area. Although it was not enough to affect the whole city, it was already a big deal in Kunwu City, which was bustling with noise and excitement. Many strong people from the orthodoxies sent strong people to investigate as soon as they heard the news. There had been many practitioners in the stone gambling den. Many of them had even seen what had happened with their own eyes. From the moment Jiang Chen had cut out the million-year-old Blood King ginseng, to the moment when the disciples of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals had shown up and Jiang Chen had shown his great power to cut out so many rare items, there was no mistake at all. It was recorded by the image-retaining stone, and it was circulated in all the shops and markets. In an instant, Jiang Chen and Monk Pudu, who was next to him, became famous. However, they had changed their appearances. Monk Pudu was still being hunted by the Divine Void Race because of what had happened in the Great Void Divine Tomb. As a result, no one had recognized Jiang Chen and Monk Pudu. Many people thought they were very mysterious. They thought They were probably from one of the 12 mysterious inheritances. Jiang Chen's method of stone exploration made many old original masters open their eyes wide. They had watched it many times, but they did not find many traces related to original method. If Jiang Chen's method had not been so mysterious and incredible, they would have doubted whether Jiang Chen knew any original method at all. After all, judging from the images in the shadow stone, Jiang Chen had known many times which primordial stones contained holy objects with a single glance. Such a method was truly shocking. I don't know if the Kuan Mountain's strange movement this time is related to the Ji family's ancestor. It is said that the stone embryo that the supreme existence of the Huanqi Holy Land took out from the Kuan Mountain also had strange movements. The time roughly coincided with the strange movement of the Kuan Mountain. Many people have guessed that there is something extraordinary sealed in the unknown stone embryo that caused the destruction of the Huanqi Holy Land. All these years, the stone embryo has been kept in the depths of Kuan-Wu City with a Taoist tool. It is said that the stone embryo will be taken out in this Godstone convention. Many forces are planning to cut it. Old Genesis masters from all over have been invited. Even the Dragon Subduing clan and Lianju clan are said to have sent people over. Many cultivators and creatures were discussing this matter in Kuan-Wu City. During this period of time, the Ji family had joined forces with many other forces in an attempt to break through Kuan Mountain and rescue their ancestors. There was another matter that also stirred up a storm and attracted the attention of everyone. The Godstone Convention in Kuan-Wu City. As the name suggested, in this convention, various orthodoxies, sects, trade alliances, and ancient races would take out the divine stones that had been sealed for a long time. They would invite Genesis masters from all over to explore, discuss, and cut the stones. If someone was interested in the divine stones of other forces, they could also buy them at a high price. At the Godstone Convention, all kinds of divine objects were cut out. There were even sealed ancient creatures, immortal spirit herbs, longevity doctrine fruits, and so on. In short, every Godstone Convention would involve many immortal sects and supreme orthodoxies from the upper realms. This time, the Ji family's attempt to attack the Kuan Mountain had attracted the attention of many forces. Many people had expected that this Godstone Convention would be unprecedentedly grand and lively. That mysterious young man probably got the inheritance of a divine origin master. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so strong. If it's possible, I must make use of him. Since the Godstone Convention was involved, the leaders of many orthodoxies had different expressions. They didn't want to miss such an opportunity to make friends with a divine origin master. Soon, they sent their subordinates or clansmen to inquire about Jiang Chen's residence, trying to reach out to him. A divine origin master. In the depths of Kuan-Wu City, in a grand and simple palace that was shining with celestial light, Gu Changa was drinking tea rather happily and couldn't help but chuckle. That divine origin master looks strange. I haven't seen him before. A trace of doubt appeared on Yin Mei's face. It's just a disguise. I know who he is. And that monk, the corners of Gu Changa's mouth, revealed a strange expression. If he remembered correctly, he had killed so many leaders of the great sects in the Great Void Divine Tomb. This matter hadn't been solved yet. In the end, the Great Void Divine Race had blamed Jiang Qin for it. Jiang Qin had stolen the divine personality of Great Void and killed so many leaders of the great sects. How would he have the nerve to show his true face? I heard that Jiang Qin ran into Xiao Ruoyin in the gambling stone house. Then Gu Changa recalled what Yin Mei had told him. He suddenly felt he could take advantage of this opportunity. The weapon spirit of the fairy boat of creation with Jiang Qin could obviously solve all kinds of geographical changes of tactical patterns easily. It even gave people the impression that Jiang Qin was the descendant of a divine origin master. However, the weapon spirit of the fairy boat of creation might play a role in the invasion of Mount Kuan this time. It's time to visit Xiao Ruoyin, the great priest of fate. Gu Changa smiled. Then he got up and left the palace. He didn't ask Yin Mei, Su Qingge, and the others to follow him. Although he hadn't been paying much attention to Xiao Ruoyin lately, Yanji had been reporting a lot of things that had happened in the palace of heavenly celestial beings. As a result, Gu Chang'e had seen Xiao Ruoyin's actions and ideas. He didn't hate her behavior. On the contrary, in Gu Chang'e's eyes, although Xiao Ruoyin was very utilitarian, she was smart. She knew how to judge the situation. She was better than many women in this aspect. Besides, the most important thing was that it was easier for him to control her with such a character. At the same time, in the base of the palace of Heavenly Celestial, Xiao Ruoyin still couldn't believe what had happened during the day. Frowning, she was trying to recall where she had seen Jiang Qin. Then she suddenly heard a disciple report that Gu Chang'e had come here. She was stunned for a moment. When she came back to her senses, she hurriedly applied some makeup on her face to make herself look even more radiant and beautiful. Then she took a deep breath to calm herself down. She was secretly delighted. Why is young Master Gu in Kuan-Wu City? Why is he here at this time? Xiao Ruoyin's heart was beating fast. She blushed slightly. However, she still tried to stay calm. She didn't look much different from before. She had always thought she could get close to Gu Chang'e because she had time-traveled from the modern era. She didn't know Gu Chang'e's identity back then. That was why she had the nerve to talk to him about many things that had happened in the modern era. She wasn't as scared of Gu Chang'e as other women were. That was why Gu Chang'e found her special and different from other women. That was why he remembered her. Although such an explanation sounded ridiculous, even tacky, in Xiao Ruoyin's eyes it was the truth. Boom! At this moment, in the palaces and pavilions nearby, almost all of the palace of Heavenly Celestial's disciples and elders were alarmed. They didn't care that it was still night. They hurried to greet him. Greetings, young Lord Chang'e. Although Gu Chang'e was still the palace of Heavenly Celestial's disciple, his current status was much higher than that of the palace of Heavenly Celestial's master. Many people couldn't help but tremble when they saw him. They could feel an unbelievable and terrifying aura coming from him. Gu Chang'e walked in from the outside of the mansion, and no one followed her. She seemed very casual and natural. He smiled warmly and waved his hand. There's no need for that. I'm here to see Miss Ruoyin. Hearing this, many of the palace of Heavenly Celestial's elders and disciples had expected this. But at this time, Ruoyin should be resting already. We'll get someone to call her. One of the elders nodded and said hurriedly. Gu Chang'e seemed a little surprised. He then smiled and said, Then I won't disturb Miss Ruoyin's rest. I'll come and see her tomorrow. These words shocked many of the elders and disciples. They felt that it was unbelievable. Many of the female disciples widened their eyes in envy. With Gu Chang'e's status, it was an honor for him to come and see a woman personally. They felt that if they were in Xiao Ruoyin's shoes, they would be thrilled to death. However, in order not to disturb Xiao Ruoyin's rest, Gu Chang'e actually said that he would come again tomorrow. What did Xiao Ruoyin do to deserve Gu Chang'e's treatment? They felt that if this matter were to spread, it would definitely cause endless waves in the upper realm and cause a huge sensation. In the upper realm today, which woman would receive such treatment in front of Gu Chang'e? Of course, this could also be because Gu Chang'e had always been so caring and considerate towards the women he cared about. Ruoyin greets young Master Gu. At this time, Xiao Ruoyin, who had rushed over, did not expect Gu Chang'e to say such a thing and care so much about her. This shocked her, but at the same time, her heart was filled with gratitude. Her words were filled with a faint tremble. With Gu Chang'e's status, coming here personally to see her was enough to show how much he valued her. Oh, looks like you haven't been resting. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e seemed to smile in surprise. He looked at Xiao Ruoyin, who was still beautiful and moving in the dark night. At this moment, almost all of the elders and disciples of the palace of Heavenly Celestial were looking at Xiao Ruoyin with envy. Chapter 538. The night was quiet and the faint moonlight shone down on the courtyard, making it exceptionally quiet and serene. Not far away, a few bamboo trees rustled, surrounded by a clear light. It was an extraordinary sight. Xiao Ruoyin was dressed in a long white dress and had a thin layer of powder on her face. Her jade-like features were flawless, and her delicate makeup made her skin glow even more. She exuded an indescribably beautiful aura. This is what Ruoyin just learned recently. Sir Gu, try it. She blinked and poured a cup of tea for Gu Changa. After dismissing everyone from the palace of heavenly immortals, the courtyard was very quiet. Gu Changa looked at the steam rising from the stone table and chuckled. He raised the cup to his lips and praised, not bad. Xiao Ruoyin heard Gu Changa's praise, and her eyes flashed with joy. As long as Sir Gu likes it. Then she spoke in a low voice. I am truly honored that Sir Gu has come to see me in the middle of the night. You only had to tell me, and I would have come to see you. There was no need to trouble you to come here personally. With Gu Changa's status, if he wanted to see someone, he only had to say a word and who would dare not give him face and not come to pay him a visit? Xiao Ruoyin was naturally the same. If not for her status, it would have been inappropriate for her to visit Gu Changa. Otherwise, she would have wanted to visit Gu Changa whenever she had the chance. She was afraid that Gu Changa would forget about her. Tonight, Gu Changa suddenly came to see her, which really shocked and touched her. Even now, Xiao Ruoyin still found it difficult to calm her heart. It's just a small matter. You don't have to worry about it. Gu Changa gently blew on the steam from his tea, as if he didn't notice Xiao Ruoyin's expression. He smiled casually and said, I just suddenly heard news about you and thought that since I had the time and haven't cared about you for a long time, I came to visit. It's not a big matter, so you don't have to worry. His words could be considered an explanation. However, when she heard that Gu Changa cared so much about her feelings, Xiao Ruoyin couldn't help but feel touched. Young Master Gu, not only did you help me escape, you even gave me resources to help me cultivate. You even allowed me to enter the palace of the heavenly Tao immortals. You even cared about me so much. It's all thanks to you that I am where I am today. I really don't know how to repay you. I don't know how to repay your kindness. Xiao Ruoyin's voice was sincere, but her voice trembled slightly towards the end. When she mentioned repaying her kindness, her face couldn't help but blush. What was her status? What was Gu Changa's status? It could be described as the difference between heaven and earth. In her opinion, it was as if an emperor had remembered a commoner's daughter and had even taken the initiative to express his concern. This even made her feel flattered. Xiao Ruoyin also understood that this was because she had already gotten used to the strict, cold, and pyramid-like hierarchy of this world, and had developed a fear of it. After all, Gu Changa stood at the top of the pyramid, overlooking the countless living beings in the upper realm. If she had first arrived here, perhaps she wouldn't have developed such feelings. Back then, she was like a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of tigers. She even dared to talk to Gu Changa through the night as if she was talking to a friend. Do you think that I'm helping you because I want you to repay me? Gu Changa had an amused expression. No, that's not what I meant. Xiao Ruoyin shook her head, then said with a determined look on her face, But, young Master Gu, you've helped me like this. I really feel guilty. I don't have anything to repay you. I can't even make a cup of tea for you. After all, there are countless girls who would want to make a cup of tea for you. How could I possibly have a chance? Even if I wanted to repay you with my body, I'm afraid I'm not qualified enough. You won't like it either. Towards the end of her sentence, there was a hint of bitterness at the corner of her mouth, as if she was mocking herself. Gu Changa's face showed just the right amount of surprise, as if he didn't expect Xiao Ruoyin to say such things to him. Miss Ruoyin, there's no need to feel sorry for yourself. In my eyes, you're different from other girls. Why do you think I'm helping you like this? Then he shook his head lightly and asked solemnly, I don't know. I've always thought that young Master Gu pitied me. Xiao Ruoyin was stunned for a moment, then looked like she was thinking seriously. Then, she shook her head in distress. Although she was well aware of it, at this juncture, if she were to say it directly, it would seem that she was too utilitarian. Xiao Ruoyin was very smart, so naturally she knew what to say. Gu Chang'e glanced at her, then chuckled. No, I just think that you're different from other girls. In my eyes, you're different from other girls, so you don't have to worry too much about it. I don't need you to repay me. Although Xiao Ruoyin had already guessed that Gu Chang'e was going to say this, she still couldn't help but feel touched when she heard it. But young Master Gu's words make it even more impossible for me to repay you. This makes me feel a deep sense of self-reproach and guilt. I can't accept your good intentions so naturally. She lowered her head, her voice very soft. Xiao Ruoyin only wanted to maintain this simple and direct image in front of Gu Chang'e, and didn't want Gu Chang'e to know that her thoughts weren't pure. Therefore, after saying this, a blush appeared on her face, and her voice was even softer, trembling slightly like a mosquito, as if she was very shy. Young Master Gu, tonight, can you stay? Ruoyin understands that her looks can't compare to the beauty beside you. Ruoyin doesn't have any other distracting thoughts or extravagant requests. If you don't like it, Ruoyin can understand. She had already said so much, and Xiao Ruoyin didn't believe that Gu Chang'e would be so heartless and cruel to reject her under these circumstances. If I reject you, why do I feel like I'm letting you down? Seeing this, Gu Chang'e shook his head and laughed. He looked at Xiao Ruoyin, and his tone seemed to be rather helpless. Xiao Ruoyin had said so much, but wasn't it all because she wanted him to stay for the night? What reason did Gu Chang'e have to reject her? Could it be that he would be at a disadvantage? Xiao Ruoyin wanted to play the role of a sweet and naive girl, so Gu Chang'e would do as she wished. It was such a simple matter. Really? That's great. Although Xiao Ruoyin expected that Gu Chang'e wouldn't reject her, she still couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised and let out a long sigh of relief. The huge rock in her heart was finally lifted. She believed that the next day, the news of Gu Chang'e staying the night would quickly spread among the disciples and elders of the palace of heavenly immortals. In the future, when her identity was mentioned, many people's first reaction would be that she was Gu Chang'e's woman. In today's upper realm, as long as this identity was revealed, who would dare to slight or offend her? The night passed without a word, and the warmth of spring returned in the courtyard. After all, Xiao Ruoyin was still a cultivator, and although it was her first time experiencing human relations, it didn't affect her much. When she heard Gu Chang'e mention the Divine Stone Convention in a few days, she was a little surprised. Divine Stone Convention? So it's about that. I don't know that mysterious divine origin master, but if young Master Gu wants to recruit him, I might be able to help you. Xiao Ruoyin thought for a while and said, although it was rumored that the divine origin master had a strange personality and didn't want to see anyone, many orthodoxies who wanted to reach out to him were all rejected. However, she felt that if she went to visit him, that person might meet her. Chapter 539. Xiao Ruoyin knew something about the Divine Stone Convention. Almost all the forces and orthodoxies in the upper realm would take part in it. It was of great significance. At such a time, the importance of source masters was revealed. All the forces and orthodoxies were trying to recruit those powerful source masters. This time, in the gambling stone house of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Doctrines, the mysterious man had shocked Kunwa City. Many people felt that he was a mysterious divine origin master or his successor, so they were trying to recruit him. However, he was eccentric. Almost all the forces and orthodoxies who had tried to recruit him were turned away. They didn't even get to meet him. However, at such a critical moment, many forces and orthodoxies didn't have the nerve to play tough. They had to act according to his mood. However, Xiao Ruoyin recalled that the young man had offered to give her the Blood King ginseng in the gambling stone house. If she had paid him a visit, the mysterious man would probably have agreed to meet her. Then she would have told him that Gu Changa wanted to recruit her in such a big upper realm, who would turn a blind eye to Gu Changa's recruitment. Are you sure you can help me? Gu Changa looked interested. He was a little surprised. He had come to see Xiao Ruoyin with this plan since the beginning. However, it would depend on how Jiang Qin treated Xiao Ruoyin. I can help you, young Master Gu. Xiao Ruoyin nodded. She promised him, but I still have to give it a try. She wouldn't be sure about his attitude until she got in touch with the mysterious man. Then I'll wait for your good news. Gu Changa said with a small smile. Then he told Xiao Ruoyin something else and left. He wanted to see the beginning of the break between Xiao Ruoyin and Jiang Qin, but he had other things to do, so he didn't go. Seeing Gu Changa leave, Xiao Ruoyin didn't waste too much time. She understood that these 633 things had to be done first. Otherwise, the mysterious man might be recruited by the others first. Thus, even though he was feeling a little unwell, he quickly tidied himself up and brought a few of his fellow disciples to look for the mysterious man from yesterday. Jiang Qin, aren't you afraid that your identity will be exposed if you expose yourself so blatantly? At this moment, in a courtyard on the east side of Kunwa City, a woman in a light yellow dress with her arms crossed said with a puzzled expression on her beautiful face. The courtyard was not big. In the current Kunwu City, it was at most a remote corner. However, the mysterious origin master who had shaken the entire Kunwu City lived here. Gazing at the purple spiritual gold in his hand, Jiang Qin answered Ji Chue calmly, "What are you afraid of? Besides you, who else knows who I am?" Now, other than Ji Chue, only his old acquaintance, Monk Pudu, knew his true identity. Jiang Qin trusted Ji Chue. Although she and her elder brother Ji Yaoxing had tricked him in the Purple Mountain, Jiang Qin forgave Jiang Qin. But in the end, Jiang Qin chose to forgive Ji Chue. He knew she had been forced to abandon him because of Gu Changa's coercion. Later, he ran into Ji Chue by chance at an auction house. Ji Chue had a special talent. She recognized him immediately. Jiang Qin got a good item from the auction there, but unfortunately he was targeted by someone, and his life was almost in danger. Fortunately, Ji Chue saved him in the end. The two gradually became familiar with each other. This time, it was thanks to Jiang Qin that Ji Chue had been able to hear her ancestor Ji Xingchu's message near Mount Kuan. "I'm here to tell you that I won't keep in touch with you anymore. My elder brother has noticed you," Ji Chue said kindly. Jiang Qin was struck dumb. Seeing Ji Chue was not joking, he said seriously, "When did this happen?" He did not doubt Ji Chue's good intentions. But how did Ji Yaoxing notice him? "I don't know. My elder brother warned me when Gu Changa came to the Ji family," Ji Chue said, shaking her head. She and Jiang Qin were good friends. She did not want to see Jiang Qin lose his life because of such a thing. "I see. I'll be careful." Jiang Qin nodded. He was very cautious. He did not think Ji Yaoxing was as honest as he seemed. He had also heard that Gu Changa was going to help the Ji family rescue their ancestor. So, if Gu Changa wanted to track him down, Ji Yaoxing would probably inform Gu Changa. In this way, I was careless. It was a little dangerous. Jiang Qin frowned. He had thought his disguise was flawless. However, to his surprise, Ji Yaoxing had already known where he was. Ji Chue left quietly after informing Jiang Qin of this. She did not stay there for long. This little princess of the Ji family is quite good to Benefactor Jiang. She actually took the initiative to inform Benefactor Jiang of this matter. Monk Pudu walked out after Ji Chue had left. He could not help but smile. Glancing at him unhappily, Jiang Qin said, "You know, it's not a good thing for you if my identity is exposed either. What should we do now? Should we leave Kunwu City?" Monk Pudu shook his head. Putting his palms together, he said, "The Ji family is going to attack Kuan Mountain. The Divine Stone Convention is such a big event that only happens once in 1,000,000 years. Are you willing to leave? Jiang Qin said with a bitter smile, Of course I'm not willing to leave. Besides, he had something else to tell her. He had not warned Xiao Ruoyin to be careful of Gu Chang'e. How could he not worry about leaving? Even if he had to leave, he had to find a way to take Xiao Ruoyin with him. At this moment, someone knocked on the door of the courtyard. Who could be visiting us at such a time? Monk Pudu gazed out of the courtyard with interest. He had deployed a tactical formation here to prevent other experts from prying into the courtyard. These forces are always like this. They are endless. I told you I'm not interested in their solicitation. Jiang Qin frowned. He was very unhappy. He instinctively thought it was one of those orthodoxies trying to recruit him again. Is the young master of the stone gambling den here? However, when Jiang Chun was going to ignore them and leave them outside, he heard a familiar voice. He was shocked. He stood up from the stone bench directly. He looked pleasantly surprised. Ruoyin, this is her voice. Is it her outside the courtyard? Jiang Chen walked out of the courtyard without hesitation. He was going to open the door. Seeing this, Monk Pudu tactfully left, not intending to disturb them. He could tell Jiang Qin and Xiao Ruoyin were old friends. Since Xiao Ruoyin had come, they should be reuniting. As an outsider, he would not get involved. Xiao Ruoyin was standing outside the courtyard. She was in white. Her black hair was like a waterfall. It was so shiny that it could reflect one's reflection. She looked extremely cold and otherworldly. Behind her were some sibling disciples whom Jiang Qin had met in the stone gambling den. Miss, what's the matter? Jiang Qin held back his excitement and asked with a smile that was just right for him. There were outsiders here. He was not going to show his face directly. He wanted to tell Xiao Ruoyin everything. However, since Xiao Ruoyin had come to see him this day, this was his chance. Young master, I've come to see you because I have something to tell you. Xiao Ruoyin was surprised that this mysterious man with a weird temper really wanted to see her. She could not help but show a polite smile. She was going to tell him where she was from. Oh, so you have something to tell me. Miss, if you don't mind, why don't you come in and tell me? Jiang Qin said with a smile. He extended his hand to invite her in. Xiao Ruoyin was not worried about Jiang Qin's ulterior motives. Kuanwu City was so big. There were many strong people everywhere. As long as there was a big disturbance here, many people would come here. Soon, Xiao Ruoyin and others followed Jiang Qin into the courtyard. There was still tea on the stone table in the middle. Apparently, someone had been there. Xiao Ruoyin threw him a glance. She did not ask him anything. People from other orthodoxies came here just now. They wanted to tell me something. Noticing this, Jiang Qin explained with a smile. This was the first time he had been so close to Xiao Ruoyin since they had parted ways in the ancient worship of the various races in the Immortal Ancient. However, Jiang Qin soon frowned. He found Xiao Ruoyin was walking in a weird way. She looked a little weird. Miss, are you feeling unwell? He asked with concern. I sprained my ankle when I was practicing last night. Xiao Ruoyin looked a little uneasy, but she still explained casually. Sprained your ankle? Is it serious? Jiang Qin did not think too much about it. He only thought Xiao Ruoyin was too careless. How could she sprain her ankle as a practitioner? It sounded a little ridiculous, but it was true that different practicing methods would lead to such a situation. If she had been sitting with her legs crossed for too long, the energy in her ankle would not flow well. If she had stood up carelessly at this moment, she could have sprained her ankle. It's not serious. I'll be fine soon, Xiao Ruoyin said, waving her hand. She thought this mysterious master seemed to care too much about her. Good, Jiang Qin nodded. Then he asked Xiao Ruoyin and others to sit down. Not until then did he ask her why she had come. Xiao Ruoyin did not beat around the bush. She told Jiang Qin why she had come, including the current situation in Kuanwu City and the Divine Stone Convention in a few days. Jiang Qin's expression gradually froze from the smile he had been wearing at the beginning. In the end, he looked a little gloomy. You came to find me because you want me to work for Gu Changa and work for him, Jiang Qin said, gazing at Xiao Ruoyin, suppressing his anger. He clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles cracked. He had never expected Xiao Ruoyin to come to him for such a reason. He was so angry that he felt like he was going to explode. You should know that no one in the upper realm can compete with young Master Gu in terms of power. He's also very capable. Even those who have achieved the doctrine are in awe of him. I know you have the inheritance of a divine origin master, and you're proud. But it'll be an honor for you to work for young Master Gu. Xiao Ruoyin frowned slightly. She had no idea why Jiang Qin was so angry with Gu Changa. However, she thought it was because of his pride, so she tried to persuade him out of goodwill. Chapter 540. In Xiao Ruoyin's opinion, the main reason why this young divine origin master was so unhappy was that Gu Changa was about the same age as him. She had asked a proud divine origin master to work for a guy about the same age as him. Anyone else would have been pissed off. They would have thought they were being looked down upon. However, Xiao Ruoyin thought as long as she explained it to him, he would understand. In the current upper realms, who didn't want to ride on Gu Changa's coattails and work for him? Xiao Ruoyin's persuasion made Jiang Qin look angrier and angrier. He clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles cracked. He really didn't expect to see the goddess of the past, to explain so earnestly in front of her, to let him serve his great enemy. Jiang Qin was very angry. He was even a little disappointed. He even mocked himself. However, Jiang Qin soon calmed down. At this moment, he couldn't blame Xiao Ruoyin, because he knew Xiao Ruoyin didn't know Gu Changa's true colors at all. She had no idea why Gu Changa had ordered them to be killed. Miss, you don't have to explain it. I know you are being kind, but I'm used to being idle. I don't like to work for others. Jiang Qin shook his head and refused her tactfully. Xiao Ruoyin was struck dumb. She said, Do you know whose solicitation you just refused? She couldn't believe Jiang Qin wasn't interested in Gu Changa's solicitation at all. He even refused decisively. He didn't even think about it. To be honest, miss, I have a lot of conflicts with that young Master Gu you just mentioned. So it's useless to persuade me, Jiang Qin said calmly. Xiao Ruoyin didn't expect Jiang Qin to say that. She couldn't believe it. As to the conflicts between him and Gu Changa, she didn't think too much about it. She only thought it was an excuse Jiang Qin had made to refuse. If that's the case, then forget it. Xiao Ruoyin sighed in her heart. She had thought that it was a done deal, but she had failed. She did not know how to explain this to Gu Changa when she returned. After all, she had promised Gu Changa that she would help him. Seeing Xiao Ruoyin about to turn around and leave, Jiang Qin's eyes flickered, and he suddenly said, Miss, please wait. I actually have something to tell you in private. If you don't mind, I'll just take up a little more of your time. Xiao Ruoyin frowned slightly, but she wasn't worried about Jiang Qin's evil intentions. So, after thinking for a while, she asked her sibling disciples to leave first and wait for her outside. Then she said to Jiang Qin, What do you want to tell me? Let's do it here. A smile appeared on Jiang Qin's face once again. Then he took a deep breath. Then a layer of misty clear light brushed his face. Then the sound of bones dislocating rang out from all over his body. His entire body began to change at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon he had a completely different appearance. You are Jiang Qin. Xiao Ruoyin was surprised. She didn't understand why he had done this, but when she saw the face in front of her clearly, she was shocked. His entire body was shocked, extremely stunned, and in disbelief. Wasn't this handsome and familiar face one of her old friends, Jiang Qin? Jiang Qin, how did you become like that? Xiao Ruoyin asked in surprise. She looked delighted. Jiang Qin and the others were her rare friends in this world. She was very happy to run into Jiang Qin in Kuan-Wu City. Jiang Qin said with a complicated expression, It's going to take a long time to explain. Take your time. You can take your time. I have plenty of time. I was wondering why I found you familiar, Xiao Ruoyin said with a smile. She immediately figured out why Jiang Qin had offered to give her the Blood King ginseng in the stone gambling den. By the way, how did you become a divine origin master? Did you have another chance? I remember you didn't show any talent for practicing. Young Master Gu said he had helped them settle down. I was relieved. But why didn't you want to work for young Master Gu? You even said you had conflicts. Before Jiang Qin could answer, she recalled something else. She couldn't help but ask curiously. The status of a divine origin master was extremely respected in the current upper world. There were only a few famous divine origin masters in all of the ancient eras. At the thought of this, Xiao Ruoyin felt happy for Jiang Qin from the bottom of her heart. I'll explain it to you later, including everything that happened after we parted ways. Hatred flashed in Jiang Qin's eyes. Then he said calmly, it was a long story, but for Jiang Qin it was like yesterday. Many things were still vivid in his mind. Xiao Ruoyin nodded. She was curious. She felt Jiang Qin had changed a lot compared to before. He looked gloomy. Gu Chang'e lied to you at that time. He was up to no good from the moment he released us from prison. He tampered with the talent testing steels. That's why, except for you, none of us could show any talent. In this way, he can logically drive us away and give you peace of mind. Gu Chang'e is only wearing a mask of hypocrisy. The real him is crueler and colder than anyone else. Jiang Qin spoke slowly, neither too fast nor too slow. He told her all the things that had happened recently. He told her everything, including how they had been killed by Gu Chang'e's subordinates after they had parted ways with Xiao Ruoyin. He told her everything that had happened in the Great Void Divine Tomb. What? How is that possible? Xiao Ruoyin was struck dumb at first. Then her body shook. She opened her eyes wide in disbelief. She felt her head buzzing. She had been practicing in the palace of Heavenly Tao Immortal. She had heard a lot about Gu Chang'e from her sibling disciples and elders. That was why her impression of Gu Chang'e had always been that he was as gentle as jade. He was an elegant young man, pure and untainted, like a banished immortal. Her conversations and interactions with Gu Chang'e were very normal and harmonious. However, when she heard Jiang Qin's words, she was petrified. Her face turned slightly pale. If what Jiang Qin had said was true, how dreadful was Gu Chang'e? What he had shown her was only the tip of the iceberg. How could he say it was just a disguise? Xiao Ruoyin couldn't help but shudder slightly. She realized that she seemed to have thought too simply of Gu Chang'e. Is what you said true? Xiao Ruoyin asked in a trembling voice. She was trying to calm herself down. She didn't think Jiang Qin would lie to her at this moment. It's true. We've known each other for so many years. Do you think I'll lie to you? Jiang Qin said, shaking his head. Our old classmates, including Niu Tian and the others, are still alive. But I don't think they were as lucky as me. They might have turned into a pile of bones long ago. She begged for fresh flowers. Xiao Ruoyin turned pale. She shivered. She almost fell. She suddenly recalled Gu Chang'e's gentleness the previous night. He was as gentle as jade, handsome and elegant. He was so perfect that no one could find any flaw in him. If Jiang Qin hadn't told her in person, she wouldn't have believed Gu Chang'e was so good at hiding. So, Ruoyin, you'll leave Kunwu City with me. We'll find a remote place to practice. We'll go to Gu Chang'e to avenge Niu Tian and the others when we've made some achievements. You should know that Gu Chang'e wouldn't be so nice to you for no reason. He must be up to something. Jiang Qin turned serious. He didn't tell Xiao Ruoyin directly that she was the reincarnation of the great priestess of fate. But he knew Gu Chang'e's treatment of Xiao Ruoyin had to have something to do with her reincarnation. At such a critical moment, he certainly wouldn't let Xiao Ruoyin get into trouble. Jiang Qin, I can't leave with you. I'm a disciple of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals now. I think Although what you said is true, young Master Gu must have some difficulties or reasons. I. Xiao Ruoyin kept silent. Then she shook her head firmly and refused. She knew once she left Kunwa City with Jiang Qin, her enemy would be Gu Chang'e. At the thought of this, she felt a chill down her spine. She couldn't help but feel scared, and she didn't want to give up everything she had. If she left Kunwa City with Jiang Qin, what would happen to her master, her school, and her future? As long as she pretended she didn't know anything about this and stayed as Gu Chang'e's woman, she would still enjoy a respected status. She wouldn't lack practicing methods or resources. How could she give up such a life? What? Jiang Qin was looking forward to it. He had thought Xiao Ruoyin would understand Gu Chang'e's evil intentions after he told her these things and leave with him. But he never expected that Xiao Ruoyin would reject him so straightforwardly. She even said Gu Chang'e had some difficulties. He was shocked. He even went blank. He couldn't believe it. Ruoyin, are you serious? You know Gu Chang'e doesn't have good intentions toward you. Why don't you leave? Do you have the heart to see Niu Tian and the others die with grievances? Gu Chang'e is their biggest enemy. Jiang Qin turned pale. He sounded shocked and regretful. He felt Xiao Ruoyin had changed. She was no longer the Xiao Ruoyin he had known. She didn't do anything after learning about Niu Tian and the others' deaths. She didn't plan to avenge them at all. How good had Gu Chang'e been to her? Why did she do this? I know what you're saying, but you need to give me some time. I think young Master Gu has some difficulties. He's not that kind of person in my impression, Xiao Ruoyin said, shaking her head. She sounded more and more determined. She was saying this for Jiang Chen's benefit, but she was also lying to herself. And she knew very well that if she hadn't said this, Jiang Chen would have taken her away by force. Jiang Chen was full of regret and disbelief. He felt his heart ache. In his opinion, Xiao Ruoyin was stubborn. She wouldn't give up until she saw the coffin. What on earth was so good about Gu Chang'e that she would do this for him? This made him very angry. He felt that her illness was beyond cure and that there was no way to save her. Ordinary. Chapter 541. Don't worry. I promise I won't tell young Master Gu about what you told me today. Just leave. Go to a place where no one can find you. Young Master Gu isn't a match for you. If you don't want to die, don't think about taking revenge on young Master Gu. The atmosphere in the yard was very heavy. Xiao Ruoyin and Jiang Qin were in a deadlock. Because of this incident, there was even a crack between them. However, Xiao Ruoyin soon calmed down. She spoke in a low voice. Her eyes were cold, and she sounded distant. Because of Gu Chang'e, you don't care about our friendship at all. You are so partial to him? How can Niu Tian and the others rest in peace? Jiang Chen's eyes were full of anger and disappointment. He asked, full of regret, I think there's more to what happened to Niu Tian and the others. As far as I know, young Master Gu isn't the kind of person you described. It won't be good if there's some misunderstanding. Xiao Ruoyin said, shaking her head. She looked very calm. In Jiang Chen's eyes, this calmness was very strange and dreadful. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Then he suddenly covered his chest. He felt like something was being torn apart. Then Xiao Ruoyin sighed. She turned around and left the yard. She didn't say anything. Jiang Chen looked at her back, as pale as a ghost, but he didn't stop her. He knew from then on there was a gap between him and Xiao Ruoyin that could never be closed. The current Xiao Ruoyin was no longer the cold and untouchable goddess he had seen for the first time. This goddess had fallen into the world of mortals. Little Qinzi, you can't leave her alone. Master, she just hasn't figured it out yet. She's obsessed with Gu Chang'e. You can't let her get into trouble. The voice of the celestial boat's weapon spirit sounded anxious and worried in Jiang Chen's mind. It had listened to the conversation between Jiang Chen and Xiao Ruoyin from beginning to end. It felt like Xiao Ruoyin hadn't thought things through yet. It was hard for her to accept such a cruel reality. Once Xiao Ruoyin calmed down, she would know how dangerous it was to stay by Gu Changa's side. "You don't have to say any more," Jiang Qin interrupted her painfully. His face turned pale. He clutched his chest tightly. He felt great pain in his chest. Some kind of person or thing that was very precious to him was quietly leaving him. After parting with Jiang Qin, Xiao Ruoyin went back to the palace of Heavenly Immortal Station. Her mind was in a mess, and she needed some time to calm down. "I can only pretend to know nothing about Jiang Qin. I can't mention it to young Master Gu. To be able to reach this stage, how could young Master Gu be such a simple person? I was too naive before." She sighed and rubbed her aching brows. It had never occurred to her that the mysterious divine origin master's successor would be Jiang Qin. Things were getting more and more complicated. The most important thing for her at the moment was to play her previous role in front of Gu Changa. This time, she swore she would succeed. But apparently there was an irreconcilable hatred between Jiang Qin and Gu Changa. She hadn't even figured out how to explain this to Gu Changa. On the other hand, Gu Changa was preparing for the Divine Stone Convention in 3 days. After the Divine Stone Convention, the JIS would join forces with other forces to attack Mount Kuan. It was a rare occasion for the whole Upper Realm. Gu Changa wasn't very interested in the Divine Stone Convention. However, it was said that some divine stones in this Divine Stone Convention were so miraculous that they caught his attention. One of them could even breathe, like a living creature in the middle of the night, absorbing the starlight in the sky and swallowing up all the brilliance in the sky. Some people saw it flying into the sky. It was called a fairy fetus. The other one was said to be an ominous stone embryo that had led to the destruction of the Huanqi Holy Land. The ancestor of the Huanqi Holy Land had risked his life to carry it out of Mount Kuan. However, the Huanqi Holy Land had encountered an ominous event only a few days later. Such a great, imperishable orthodoxy had been destroyed overnight. Many people said it had something to do with that ominous stone embryo. That stone embryo had been sealed deep in Kuan-Wu City for years, guarded by those who had achieved the doctrine. However, some time ago there had been a disturbance in that stone embryo. It was said that the disturbance happened at the same time as the disturbance in Mount Kuan. As a result, many people wondered whether that stone embryo had something to do with Ji Shangqiu, the ancestor of the JIS, who had been trapped in Mount Kuan. These divine stones would all be taken out at this Divine Stone Convention. The imperishable sects and supreme orthodoxies had invited many people who were good at original methods. They were going to take a big risk to cut out these divine stones at this Divine Stone Convention. All the orthodoxies will take part. Maybe there will be some surprises at this Divine Stone Convention. Gu Changa had some speculations about this. He did not think Xiao Ruoyin could persuade Jiang Qin to work for him. Gu Changa did not need him either. Instead, he thought Xiao Ruoyin and Jiang Qin would drive a wedge between them because of this. Although he did not value these luck points and destiny points very much, they were more or less useful to him. For Gu Changa, Jiang Qin was only a chess piece that he would not use for the time being. He had asked the demonic puppet to plant the demonic seed in Jiang Qin because he was waiting for the demonic seed to mature. At this Divine Stone Convention, Gu Changa's main target was Jiang Qin's friend, Niu Tian, who had the blood of the hidden immortal. According to his investigation, the young lady of the hidden race was in Kuan-Wu City at the moment. Apparently, she was also here to join in the fun and take part in this Divine Stone Convention. He had not received any news from Yen yet, but Gu Changa felt she should be able to get the drop of genuine blood of the hidden immortal. If she could not even do that, what was the point of keeping such a piece of trash? She was of no value to him at all. "Young master, as you said, the hidden race is looking for original masters everywhere. They seem to be very interested in that immortal fetus." At this moment, Yin Mei came in from outside the hall to report to him. They are interested in that immortal fetus. Gu Changa nodded. He seemed to be thinking about something. If he was not mistaken, the hidden race would turn to Jiang Qin in the end. In this way, Jiang Qin and Niu Tian could play the scene of an old friend reuniting with each other. He was familiar with such a scheme. For Jiang Qin and Niu Tian, he was their common enemy. At this moment, they certainly had to face a common enemy. Then, as if something had occurred to him, Gu Changa asked casually, "I want you to keep an eye on Sienna for me. What has she been doing these days?" An odd expression appeared on Yin Mei's face. She looked like she wanted to laugh. "Miss Sienna noticed my men. She warned me not to follow her anymore. She also said she would get even with you later. She seems to know those men were arranged by you." Gu Changa shook his head. He could not help but laugh. "That girl is really asking for a beating." Yin Mei smiled. She did not answer, but she was envious. She had been following Gu Changa for a long time. She had been following him since he was still a key disciple of the Palace of Heavenly Immortal. Later, she had heard that Gu Changa had plotted to kill the young lord of the White Tigers. Then, he had fooled the world on the immortal ancient continent and killed the descendant of the ancient celestial venerable of Samsara. She actually knew Gu Changa very well. On the surface, he looked gentle and refined, but in reality, he was cold and emotionless, and his methods were ruthless. Very few people could enter his heart. Even she was just a chess piece that could be discarded at any time in Gu Changa's eyes. In the vast upper domain, only Gu Xian could receive Gu Changa's love and care. This kind of envy, as long as it was a woman, she would feel it. "Where is she now?" asked Gu Changa. "Miss Xian is in our business alliance's stone gambling den." Stone gambling. A strange expression appeared on Yin Mei's face. "Moreover, Miss Xian's original art seems to be very good." "Oh, she knows how to stone gambling?" Gu Changa raised his eyebrows. He was a little surprised. "She'd better not lose to herself." Speaking of which, most of the power in the business alliance was in Yin Mei's hands. Therefore, even if Gu Xian lost everything, she would still end up in Gu Changa's pocket. Miss Xian has never lost. According to the shopkeeper's report, I feel Miss Xian's original art is more like a divine origin master than that mysterious young divine origin master a few days ago. Yin Mei shook her head. She couldn't hide the admiration in her voice. More like a divine origin master? Could it be that one of her masters really is a divine origin master? Gu Changa was shocked. He had underestimated this silly girl. Before this, Gu Xian had never displayed her original art in front of him. However, she was used to being alone. Even if she had original art, she probably hadn't displayed it in front of others. If she really had the inheritance of a divine origin master, Gu Changa would try his best to keep her by his side at the Divine Stone Convention in 3 days. However, Gu Changa always felt this girl was unreliable. Was she the same as Jiang Qin? Was she also relying on external objects and cheating to judge the raw gemstones? At the same time, in the stone gathering den, many practitioners and living creatures were gathered there. They were all staring at the center of the den. As one of the 3 biggest stone gambling dens in Kunwu City, the Stone Gathering Den 4, 9 had gathered all kinds of raw stones from the upper world. Even the Kun Mountain had a lot of raw stones. They were shining in all kinds of colors. There were strands of multicolored light lingering around them. Many big shots from the upper world had gathered there. There were even many young supreme venerables. The divine son of the Ji family, Ji Yaoxing, had golden hair, and Ji Chuiyue. The 6th crown king, Jun Yao, had an average-looking face in a gray robe. The heavenly phoenix maiden, who was gorgeous in a red robe, the golden cicada Buddhist master, the heavenly monster monarch, the young sacred king, now. Several of the brightest young existences in the upper realm had revealed themselves here. They were either interested, frowning, or shocked as they stared in front of them. Miss Xian Do we also need to cut this raw stone?" A few trembling old men were holding stone sabers in their trembling hands. They were standing in front of a greenish-gray origin stone that was half the height of a person. Their voices were trembling and their faces were red. Obviously, they were extremely excited and couldn't hide their excitement. A young girl who was as cold as a fairy and whose eyes were as cold as ice, with a big red bird perched on her shoulder, indifferently nodded. "TSK!" As soon as these words were spoken, an uproar broke out. Many of the older generation were shocked. They looked serious. They stared ahead, afraid they would miss any details. Chapter 542. Inside the stone-gathering square, many young geniuses also slowly lowered their breaths at this time, their eyes fixed on the front. Many people looked at Gu Xian, trying to find clues from her expression. Unfortunately, that beautiful little face that was beautiful to the point it could turn all living things upside down was covered in an indifferent and calm expression, and it caused others to be unable to discern her emotions. A few elders also stared unblinkingly at the origin stone that was half the height of a person. Under the hands of a few old stone-cutting elders, layers of stone began to peel off, as if it had the beauty of jade and moonlight. A faint glow had already seeped out, giving the place a magnificent color. Many people had a premonition that something extraordinary would be cut out from this origin stone. This origin stone has been here for tens of thousands of years, and many old Genesis masters have said that it's a dead stone. There's actually something inside. Who would dare to buy a 1,500,000 origin stone if they weren't confident? At that time, many people thought that the little princess of the Gu family would be at a disadvantage. But in the end, they were all shocked. Many people were whispering and exclaiming in amazement. Today, in the stone-gathering square, they had already seen many miraculous scenes. In the hands of the young girl in front of them, many origin stones that were not valued were actually shining brightly again. At first, it was simple rare stones, but later on, it was rare sacred medicine that was more than millions of years old. Sealed dragon marrow jade, phoenix condensing pearl, Kirin sacred fruit, and even a jar of immortal path pills that even Supremes coveted extremely rare divine objects were cut out from these origin stones one after another. In the end, many people were alarmed and caused quite a commotion nearby. Many cultivators, living beings, and even old antiques and famous people rushed over. After all, the person who cut out these things was Gu Xian. They could not recognize her. However, her cousin, Gu Chang'e, was known by everyone in the current upper realm. How many spirit stones is this origin stone worth? Just as a few old stone-cutting masters were busy cutting the stone, Gu Xian's eyes fell to the other side, looking at an origin stone that was the size of a wash basin with some reddish-black color. This origin stone was placed at a very high position, and there was a lot of black and red soil around it. A bloody mist was dense, as if it was afraid of touching the ground. This is the Ghost Blood Origin Stone. It was found by a Nine Heavens Supreme in the Ghost Blood Plateau 8 million years ago. His descendant sold it to the business alliance of the 10,000 Daos for 5 million spirit stones. Unfortunately, it has been left here for many years, and no one is interested in it. There were quite a few old Genesis masters who came to take a look and felt that there was something special within. However, they did not say whether it was worth 5 million spirit stones. The shopkeeper explained with a smile. He was very frank and direct. If it were anyone else, he would try to persuade them to buy it. But in front of Gu Xian, how could he dare? This piece of Ghost Blood Origin Stone could be considered a somewhat famous origin stone in the stone-gathering square. Many people knew about it. Seeing Gu Xian ask about it, he couldn't help but be curious. He looked over with interest, thinking that she was going to buy it. 6-Crown King, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, and the others also withdrew their gazes from the origin stone that they were cutting and looked at the Ghost Blood Origin Stone. Could it be that there is something special in this origin stone as well? The little sacred king's eyes suddenly became sparkling, and there were runes flowing in them. He was sizing up the origin stone, but unfortunately with his strength he couldn't see what was inside. After all, it was something that a 9 Heavens Supreme had taken away from the Ghost Blood Plateau. How could it be simple? A few old antiques also surrounded it and began to carefully examine it, patting it left and right. Unfortunately, the Ghost Blood origin stone didn't move, as if it was very heavy. Instead, the blood-red mist on its surface was even denser. 5 million spirit stones? Gu Xian'er frowned slightly. She tilted her head and glanced at Big Red on her shoulder, hesitating whether to believe it or not. To her, 5 million spirit stones was not a small amount. Although she didn't lack spirit stones, it was still painful to spend so many spirit stones to buy an origin stone. Big Red has a special talent. If even it thinks that this ghost blood origin stone is not simple, then there must be something special in it. After that, Gu Xian'er didn't continue to hesitate. She said coldly, "Okay, then cut this piece too. But I don't have that many spirit stones on me. You can put the bill on Gu Changa's head and ask him for it when the time comes." She didn't feel bad about spending Gu Changa's spirit stones. Hearing this, many people were stunned. Then, a strong sense of envy grew in their hearts. Perhaps only this person in the upper realm would dare to spend money so openly and put the bill on Gu Changa's head. The shopkeeper obviously didn't expect Gu Xian'er to say this. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't dare to ask Gu Changa for these spirit stones. However, since Gu Xian'er said this in front of so many people, Gu Changa definitely wouldn't go back on his word. Moreover, the most important thing was that he had heard some rumors. The person behind the massive business alliance of 10,000 paths was actually Gu Changa's people. What did this bit of spirit stones count for? Meanwhile, at this time, a dense divine light suddenly spread out from the origin stone that was being cut on the other side. It was like layers of mist, and in the blink of an eye, it drowned out the surroundings. Many people looked at the scene in shock. They felt their hearts palpitate, as if there was some great terror hidden there. A divine object has a spirit. Brilliance flashed through Six Crown King's eyes. He saw that there seemed to be a dark, golden sheet of paper that was quietly floating there. A few old antiques had sharp eyes and nimble hands. They released streaks of symbols, clearing out a space here to prevent the thing in the origin stone from escaping. Many people felt that the thing hidden in the origin stone seemed to have a spirit. Moreover, it contained quite a bit of ferocious might. Don't let it escape. This thing has been sealed in the origin stone for many years, long developing spirituality. Who knows, it might be a page of an immortal scripture. Many people felt incredibly shocked. Those who were a bit closer even felt waves of suffocation. That dark golden sheet of paper broke free from the origin stone. It was like a picture scroll unfolding in the void. Moreover, it trembled slightly, as if there were characters hidden within, releasing a wave of ripples. Someone used heavenly eyes, wishing to see what was on this dark, golden sheet of paper. In the end, a wave of miserable cries sounded, tears flowing from his eyes, to the extent where there was even blood mixed within. He was stabbed. This thing already possesses a vicious nature, the characters on it extremely ancient, at the very least something from several great eras ago. An elder came to this conclusion. Hazy radiance appeared from his sleeves, planning to stop it. Gu Xian'er didn't expect the thing that was cut out from the origin stone to actually plan to escape. This was something that she had spent 5 million spirit stones to cut out. How could she let it escape? She frowned slightly and shook her jade-like hands. Suddenly, golden vines bloomed in the void, turning into a forest of vines, sweeping toward that dark, golden sheet of paper. Those are the characters of the hidden immortal. There is definitely the inheritance of the hidden immortal of our clan in Kuan Mountain. Perhaps it was obtained by our ancestor. In another corner of the stone-gathering square, Several men and women were watching this scene with different expressions. They were led by a tall woman whose face was covered by a veil. The tall woman's hair was like a waterfall. She was wearing a long dress with cloud patterns. Her expression was extremely peaceful, revealing a dignified and generous feeling. She said softly, her eyes also fixed on that dark golden sheet of paper. How could something of the hidden immortal bloodline fall into Kuin Mountain? Behind her, an extremely sturdy and tall man with green tattoos on his face said with a frown, I don't know about this, and this is also the purpose of my visit to Kuin Wu City. The woman in the long dress with cloud patterns said softly, her eyes calm, Shall we find a way to get this golden sheet of paper? The strong man asked, After all, it is something of our ancestor. Although she cut it out, as long as the price is right, she should want to give it to us. I must get this thing back. The woman in the long dress with cloud patterns said flatly, Gu Siener? Gu Changa's cousin? A cold light flashed across the strong man's eyes, but he soon recovered his calmness. Compared to the past, he was very different now. Unless it was someone very close to him, no one would recognize his true identity. The two were the young lady of the hidden Tranquil clan, and she and Nyo Tian, whom she had saved. Don't mess around in Kuinwu City, or I won't be able to protect you. Feeling the killing intent from Nyo Tian behind her, and she couldn't help but frown. She knew the conflict between Nyo Tian and Gu Changa, but at that time Nyo Tian was just a nobody. Now, after the great change, she didn't believe that Gu Changa would still remember such a person. So as long as Nyo Tian didn't take the initiative to provoke trouble, there would be no problem. I know, but I will always remember this hatred, Nyo Tian said coldly. Killing intent flashed across his eyes, but he quickly calmed down. If he wanted to take revenge, he had to plan carefully. If he exposed himself too early, it would only bring unimaginable disasters. Buzz! At this time, the dark golden page that was trapped by the old antiques in the void suddenly shook violently. The words on it were like brilliant swords, shooting out terrifying black sword chi in all directions, directly shattering the void. Puff! The old antiques who had attacked just now all spat out a large mouthful of blood and were sent flying. It seems to contain an amazing sword skill. Many people were shocked and felt a kind of fear in their hearts. In a trance, they saw the process of a stone evolving into the killing sword stone on the dark golden page. This sword light was so terrifying that it seemed to be made for killing. It could pierce through everything and destroy everything. At this moment, almost everyone in the stone gathering square couldn't sit still. Many of the older generation, and even the sect masters who were hiding in the dark, showed up. Their breathing was a little rapid. Anyone could see that this was definitely an unimaginably supreme sword technique. Just the trace of divine might that emanated from it was enough to slay immortals and annihilate gods. Chapter 543. The dark golden page seemed to be forged from immortal gold. It floated in the air with rustling noises. Every character was shining brilliantly, as if they had turned into a peerless divine sword. Every strand of sword radiance was enough to destroy everything and destroy all natural laws. This is definitely a supreme sword technique. Just this fluctuation alone is enough to make one's heart palpitate. Everyone's breathing quickened in the stone-gathering square as they stared at the page. A few young supreme beings in particular immediately used their heavenly eyes and other techniques in an attempt to memorize the characters on the page. However, the characters on the page were too strange. Every stroke seemed to be condensed from sword energy. The moment it was cut, it could penetrate any living being. Those with weaker cultivations had tears streaming down their eyes. It was extremely painful, and they didn't dare to take another look. Regardless of who it was, they couldn't help but feel a burning passion. A sword technique that even makes us feel fear. Could it be an immortal technique that surpasses Emperor arts? This is a great opportunity. Who would have thought that it could actually be cut out. Many old antiques were greedy. Even though they knew that this item was cut out by Gu Xian, they still couldn't control their emotions. However, they didn't dare to steal it. They all sealed the space around them to prevent the page from escaping. Many people felt regret. If they knew that this item was hidden in the ore, they would have bought it a long time ago. This level surpasses normal emperor arts at least 6 Crown King, Little Sacred King, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, and the others all had serious expressions. Every emperor art was a priceless treasure. They contained supreme mysteries that could benefit a cultivator for life. Only those imperishable great sects and supreme orthodoxies had emperor arts inheritances. They could already imagine that the value of this item had long surpassed the value of spiritual stones. You want to escape? Gu Xian frowned. She clearly didn't expect this, or to hide a sword technique. This item was sentient. It directly slashed out several terrifying black sword energy. Shattering the golden vines, she shot out into ashes. Even the space around them collapsed. The other people's methods were also futile and could not stop it from escaping. This made her feel a little troubled. Ordinary methods, obviously, could not subdue this thing. Even an old supreme being was injured by a streak of sword energy just now. There were pitch-black bloodstains on his wound, and it was difficult to get rid of them in a short period of time. Then, with a wave of her white hand, a scarlet-red, primordial, true feather appeared. It was like a sparkling and translucent scarlet jade, sparkling and dazzling. It directly transformed into a red light that flew out, wanting to strike down this dark, golden page. This was the primordial true feather that Gu Changa had given her. Its power was comparable to a Dao tool. Although it was difficult for her to fully activate it with her current strength, it was still far more powerful than other magic tools. Boom! This primordial true feather flew out like a scarlet stellar stream, covering the dark golden page. Immediately, an unparalleled fluctuation erupted. If the sect masters in the surroundings didn't notice something was wrong and quickly took action to block the fluctuation, just the aftermath alone would have destroyed this place. Then, thousands of streaks of sword energy burst out, like thousands of divine swords awakening, cutting down everything that came close to it. Even the primordial true feather made clanging sounds. Divine chains of order burst out, and scarlet rays of light splashed in all directions. It still can't be subdued. Gu Xian frowned even more. She did not expect that even the primordial true feather could not strike it down. You can try to communicate with this item using the hidden immortal's words. Seeing the scene, and Xi's eyes moved slightly, and she said to Niu Tian behind her. She had already seen that this item was definitely related to the hidden immortal of their bloodline. The words on it were from the hidden immortal bloodline, and she happened to know them. However, she did not have the hidden immortal bloodline, so it would be difficult for her to activate it. Niu Tian was different. He had the real hidden immortal bloodline. If there was anyone here who could activate this page, it could only be Niu Tian. Hearing this, Niu Tian nodded. He did not talk nonsense, and a light green rune flickered in his eyes. Then he began to chant. Strange words appeared around him, and they were light green in color. They were shaped like true dragons, immortal phoenixes, cheilants, black tortoises, and other strange beasts. But each word contained terrifying divine power. Everyone in the stone-gathering square felt a strange feeling suddenly descending. Those words seemed to be resurrected, and they began to twist and manifest, shining brightly, incomparably sparkling and translucent. What is this? It's actually the same origin as those words. Many people looked at this scene in shock. Many sect masters who were hiding in the dark also fixed their eyes on Niu Tian. They sensed an aura from this burly man that was of the same origin as that of the dark, golden page. There was only one possibility. This burly man had the bloodline of the existence who left this sword technique. Someone from the tribe? I have never heard of such a person before. Could it be that he is also an ancient freak? Many people began to guess Niu Tian's origin. They felt that his bloodline was not too simple. He could activate the dark, golden page. Buzz! At this moment, the dark, golden page in the void also trembled slightly, as if it had sensed something. The sound of the sword echoed in all directions. Faintly, everyone saw a murky yellow river of filth, which buried all living things. A look of joy also appeared on Niu Tian's face. He did feel the spirituality and closeness from the dark, golden page. "I can subdue it," he said in a deep voice. His eyes were burning. A ray of green light spread out from his body. It was very dazzling, and it resonated with the page. The words of the hidden immortal seemed to have come to life. Whoosh! The page unfolded and made a sound like waves. The terrifying sword light disappeared, and then it turned into a stream of light and flew toward Niu Tian. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. They never thought that the page, which was so fierce and intimidating, would have such a docile side and fly toward Niu Tian of its own accord. A supreme sword technique! Looking at the dark golden page in his hand, Niu Tian showed a little excited smile, and he could not hide his enthusiasm. "That's great. It seems that my guess was right." And she also smiled and nodded lightly. "This is something I cut out." Guxian obviously did not expect that the divine object he cut out would fall into the hands of someone else. This made her frown, and she was very unhappy. However, she did not show it on her face. She also felt that the hidden immortal and tribe would not dare to steal her thing in front of everyone. "Miss Xian, this item is closely related to one of the ancestors of the tribe. I think you and everyone else have seen it." At this moment, and she, who had been silent in the corner, suddenly walked out. She smiled graciously and said to Guxian, "What do you mean by that?" Guxian looked at her coldly, and there was a sense of alienation between his eyebrows, and she did not care about Guxian's expression. She continued to speak with a smile. "This is something that belongs to the ancestors of the tribe. With your status, I don't think you would do such a thing. Why not return it to its rightful owner? As long as you ask, the tribe is willing to pay a high price to buy it back. The tribe will remember this kindness for life. Of course, if you don't mind, I will ask my people to return it to you." Hearing this, everyone's eyes flashed. They felt that this young miss of the tribe was quite a character. She spoke with a sense of propriety and was very methodical. In just a few words, she had clearly stated her purpose and was in a very advantageous position. Her words were very beautiful. First, she said that this item was left behind by their ancestors. Then, she put Guxian in a high position first, making people feel that with his status, it was not right to take the item left behind by the ancestors of the tribe. Then, she said that she was willing to spend money to buy it back, indicating that she had no intention of stealing it. If Guxian did not agree, she would immediately return it. So no matter if Guxian agreed or refused, there was nothing wrong with her and the tribe's actions. They were in an absolutely advantageous position. If Guxian agreed, it would be fine. If he did not agree, it would inevitably make people feel that she was going overboard. It was unreasonable. After all, this action was taking the item left behind by the ancestors of the tribe by force. Many of the older generation present were shrewd people. They analyzed She's intentions in a few moments. I'm afraid that the little princess of the Gu family won't be able to outsmart her in this matter. In the end, she's just a little girl. Why would she spend time studying these things? In terms of scheming, she can't play tricks on the tribe's young miss. This made them want to watch the show. They couldn't help but look at Guxian with interest. Guxian naturally understood She's intentions. Her expression did not change. She did not care about what others thought at all. "This is what I cut out," she said calmly. "As for returning it to its rightful owner, I feel that you should return it to me." "I know. But this is also a relic left behind by my tribe's ancestors, and she still had a faint smile on her face, as if she had Gusienner in the bag. So you plan to steal it? Gusien raised her cold eyes and glanced at her. She said calmly, and she smiled and shook her head. Miss Yen, what are you saying? How could I have the guts to steal your things? Since you mind, how about this? I'll help you translate the words on it first. Otherwise, after you get it, you won't be able to recognize the words on it. It's useless. What do you think? Everyone could see that, and she had been taking a step back in order to advance. She looked like she was thinking for Gusien, but in reality, she did not want to return the paper to her, and the meaning of her words was already very clear. Apart from the hidden immortal bloodline, no one else could recognize the words on it. So even if Gusiener got it, it would be useless. In terms of sentiment and reason, there was nothing wrong with what she did. But from the perspective of the person involved, it was a bit sullen and passive. Gusien frowned slightly. She could feel that, and she was up to no good. So what if she couldn't recognize the words on it? Could it be that the Grand Gu clan couldn't think of a way to decipher these words? Moreover, if she translated it, wouldn't she also get the sword technique on it? This was clearly taking advantage of her. She didn't want to return the paper to her just like that. However, before Gusien could speak, a faint voice suddenly came from outside the stone-gathering square. That's not necessary. Even if you can't recognize it, it still belongs to my Sien. Even if she throws it into a fire pit and burns it, it's her business. Who do you think you are? Since when did you get to decide for her? Hearing this, the expressions of everyone in the stone-gathering square changed. Many of the older generation hidden in the dark, and even the sect masters of the great sects, looked out of the pavilion with solemn expressions. 6 Crown King, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Little Sacred King, and the others were also quite shocked. Guchanga, he's also in Kuin Wu City. When did he come? As the voice fell, outside the pavilion a young man walked in. His black robes fluttered in the wind, embroidered with immortal phoenixes, true dragons, stars, and other patterns. He looked extremely mysterious and noble. Many experts followed behind him, and a heart-palpitating pressure spread out from their bodies. The expressions of the cultivators in front changed slightly, and they all made a path, looking quite fearful and respectful. Chapter 544. Guchanga's arrival was out of everyone's expectation in the stone-gathering square, causing a great sensation. Many of the older generation and the sect leaders of the great sects appeared from the dark. Even when the piece of paper was about to escape, they did not show themselves. To them, Guchanga's appearance here represented a completely different meaning. Many people did not even know that Guchanga had come to Kuinwu City before this. Niu Tian once again saw his great enemy that he could not forget. Deep hatred flashed in his eyes, but he hid it deeply and clenched his fists tightly. It was hard for him to forget how Guchanga had killed all of them back in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird with one face and another behind their backs. If he had not been lucky enough to not die after falling off the cliff, but fell into the river and floated down the river, and was saved by Anshi, he would have died long ago. How could he forget this hatred? Compared to Niu Tian's calmness, Anshi's face flashed with a touch of surprise, and she was a little stiff and unnatural. She naturally heard what Guchanga said. If an ordinary person said that to her, she would have been angry, but in front of Guchanga, she did not dare. The biggest reason why she played tricks in front of Gusien was that she felt that Guchanga was not in Kuinwu City. Gusien had always been used to being alone, and there were no members of the Gu family or powerhouses following him. In other words, he was easy to bully. However, she quickly recovered, and with a bit of surprise and a smile on her face, she looked very natural. She cupped her hands slightly toward Guchanga, who was walking over, and said, "And she greets young Lord Changa." Many of the members of the family behind, and she also saluted, and their attitudes were a little fearful. After the Battle of the 10 Regions of Desolation, Gu Changa's reputation and power had reached an unimaginable level of 637 in the upper realm. Even those who had achieved the Tao did not dare to be presumptuous in front of him and had to be cautious. Even more so for people like them. Greetings to young Lord Changa. Meanwhile, the other cultivators of the older generation and the patriarchs of the various sects also brought their fists together. 6 Crown King, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Golden Cicada Buddha Child, and the others had slightly unnatural expressions. However, in front of Gu Changa, they didn't dare to be rude. Their emotions were extremely complicated. Back then, Gu Changa was a figure who competed with their peers. Now, they couldn't even see Gu Changa's back. The gap was so big that it could be described as a natural chasm. Seeing Yin Mei behind Gu Changa, the shopkeeper of the stone-gathering workshop changed his expression slightly and wanted to come forward to greet her. However, after noticing Yin Mei's gaze, which was telling him not to be overly courteous, he smiled bitterly and regretted not standing up to speak up earlier. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was an opportunity to curry favor with Gu Changa. Gu Changa's expression didn't change at Inshi's actions. It was as if he didn't see her. He walked past her and headed toward Gu Xian. This made Inshi's expression stiffen slightly. It was a bit ugly, but she didn't dare to show it at this moment. She could only maintain a courteous appearance, looking rather awkward. Everyone had different expressions when they saw the scene. Many of the patriarchs of the various sects were also interested and didn't seem to mind the commotion. When she was scheming in front of Gu Xian, just now, she was so natural and calm. Although she didn't show any overbearing attitude, the casual attitude of contempt was difficult to conceal. In Inshi's eyes, Gu Xian was just a little girl. In terms of scheming, how could she compare to her? Gu Changa, what are you doing here? Seeing Gu Changa suddenly come here, Gu Xian was a bit stunned. When she reacted, there was a bit of joy between her brows, but she hid it very well. Her tone was still very casual and indifferent. She knew that Gu Changa should be in Kuinwu City. Otherwise, there wouldn't be someone watching her like a bodyguard. But she really didn't expect that Gu Changa would personally come to the stone-gathering square. Could it be that he heard the news that she was here? This made her very happy. If I didn't come, I'm afraid that your things would have been taken away by others. When did such a nobody dare to play tricks in front of you? Today, I've really learned something. Gu Changa glanced at her and gently shook his head. He could see that although Gu Xian's expression didn't change much, it was still as cold as before. But in her heart, she must be very sullen and even wronged. This silly girl wasn't good at playing tricks at all. She didn't dare to make a move. In the end, not only would her things be taken away, she would also end up in the wrong. In front of so many people, would she dare to steal my things? Hearing this, Gu Xian couldn't help but retort. She really felt very wronged when Gu Changa poked at her heart. But she didn't put up a strong front at all. With Gu Changa by her side, it gave her a kind of indescribable sense of peace. I know she really wouldn't dare. If she dared to steal, she definitely wouldn't be able to walk out of here alive today. So you don't have to feel wronged. Looking at her wronged appearance, Gu Changa's eyes became a little deep. Then he smiled and suddenly reached out to rub her head. I'm not wronged. Don't talk nonsense. Also, don't take advantage of me. Under the gaze of so many people, Gu Xian's face was a little dizzy. She glared at Gu Changa, reached out her white and slender little hand, and very disdainfully slapped his hand off her head. Gu Changa smiled softly. You little girl, it seems like I'll have to teach you a lesson when we get back. Gu Xian was not at all afraid of him. Seeing this, she snorted softly, obviously not taking his words to heart. She ran away when she had the chance. Gu Changa wanted to bully her? In his dreams. Seeing this scene, everyone didn't know why, but they felt a chill run down their spines, especially the few from the clan. They shivered slightly, frightened by Gu Changa's words. Can't walk out of here alive? Was he planning to kill everyone here? And she's expression changed slightly as well. She felt a chill run down her spine, making her soul tremble uncontrollably. She couldn't help but squeeze out a smile and explained, "Young Master Changa, you worry too much. How would I dare to steal Miss Xian Er's things? I only took into consideration that she doesn't recognize the words on it and wanted to help her translate them. After all, this was left behind by our clan's ancestors. Other than our clan, very few clans can recognize the words on it. And just now, if it weren't for our clansmen, this piece of paper would have escaped long ago." She said this because she wanted to tell Gu Changa and everyone else that she didn't do anything to Gu Xian. She even wanted to help her. And if it weren't for her, Gu Xian wouldn't have gotten this piece of paper and would have escaped. Logically speaking, she didn't do anything wrong. This was also wherein she was smart. No matter how strong Gu Changa was, could it be that she would attack and she for no reason? So I should be thanking you, right? Since that's the case, I see that you're tired of living. Why don't I help you get rid of it as soon as possible? What do you think? Gu Changa's expression was calm and his eyes were cold. He didn't care about her words and even looked like he couldn't be bothered to care more. Then he just stretched out his palm. The terrifying power was as if the sky had collapsed. Divine chains of order intertwined and fell, directly shaking the entire Kuin Wu city. Many array patterns that had been engraved before were automatically activated. Many sect masters were even more frightened. Their divine souls were trembling because of this wave. The others almost knelt down and couldn't help but crawl on the ground. If it weren't for Gu Changa's control, the entire stone gathering square would have exploded into pieces in an instant. "Miss, be careful." The smile on Anshi's face froze and turned snow white. With her strength, she couldn't even move at this moment, let alone resist. At the critical moment, an old servant who had been silent behind her took action and moved out horizontally with her. However, the dispersing wave also made her spurt out blood and fly away. Her body almost exploded and she fell to the ground covered in blood. The old servant who had saved her was even killed on the spot. His body and soul were destroyed. This scene made everyone in the stone gathering square change their expressions drastically. There was complete silence. Many sect masters swallowed their saliva quietly and felt their scalps go numb. They knew that it was Gu Changa's intention. Otherwise, how could an old servant at the supreme realm save Anshi? His action was equivalent to telling everyone a truth. In the face of absolute strength, any tricks were useless. The people of the clan couldn't help but tremble in extreme fear. Niu Tian's scalp also went numb. His face turned pale, and his legs even felt a little weak. Uncle Guang, and she got up from the ground with difficulty. The veil covering her face was stained red with blood. She looked extremely embarrassed. Her voice trembled, full of fear and grief. She didn't expect Gu Changa to be so strong and not to reason with her at all. If Uncle Guang hadn't risked his life to save her, she would have been the one who had been destroyed. The wave from this place swept across the entire Kunwa city in an instant. Many ancient existences who hadn't shown up before also appeared in the sky, one after another. They looked at the stone-gathering square with solemn expressions. What's going on? In the place where the clan was stationed, a silver-haired old man with a crutch had a bad feeling. He quickly disappeared and hurried over.